kind of a busy schedule, so we'll go ahead and get started. We do have a few miscellaneous things that we and the commission we're going to talk about. We'll do that when we get to the end of the meeting when we talk about agenda briefing. So we'll just jump right in and get to Ken Burke, Clerk of the Court, for a financial overview. Thank you. Welcome, Ken.
Morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. It's good to be with you today. I have with me Bill Seither and Andrew Laughlin. They're the smart guys who are going to help us through this presentation. But it's an extremely important presentation. We have a joint responsibility in the state of Florida as a county commission and as the clerk of the court, as the comptroller. Jointly, y'all are the allocators of money and decide the budget, and the clerk's office is the entity that's charged with being the custodian of all county funds, dispersing all county funds, making sure that our investments are proper, our debt is proper, and making sure that everything serves a public purpose. And so this trusteeship is a joint trusteeship between the county and the clerk's office in carrying out these responsibilities. And so this is our annual report on the finances of Pinellas County. As you certainly know, our fiscal year starts on October 1st and ends on September 30th. And we produce various documents. Some are required by law, some are required by our debt agency, and some are voluntary reports but serve the citizens of our county. The report which we gave you today is the annual financial report. And this annual financial report is something we're very proud of. We have also, and I'll talk more about it, we've had the debt report, so you can see each issuance of debt and the terms of that debt. And we have what we compact into what's called a citizen's guide. And we'd be glad to get as many copies as this printed as you would like when you go out to speak to entities. This is a great thing to give our citizens to see about a snapshot. It's hopefully in the language which everyone can understand for an understanding of our county's financial situation. So this is our Citizens Guide, which we've been producing for 15 years now. Okay. There we go. This slide here, this gives an overview of the many aspects of our financial responsibilities. We're going to talk about all these items in more detail, but throughout the course of a year, we have an average of $1.3 billion in investments, which the county is responsible for. I would remind you and anyone listening that these do not include any type of retirement funds. Our county is under the Florida retirement system. These are strictly investments of the monies that are in any type of trust account. These are monies under the Board of County Commission. We also have 5 debt issuance of $235 million. Those are outlined in that debt report, which I mentioned. And something which we should celebrate, I know I talked to our county administrator about this, was this past year, we are very aggressive about looking at our debt. Even though our debt per capita is very low compared to other counties of like size, we know this is a different environment, a lower rate environment, and we refinanced in a very interesting refinance. They're called Cinderella bonds. I'm not sure where that name came from. It's a combination of tax and tax-exempt bonds. But as a result of what we did this past year, and the clerk's office worked very closely with OMB and Bill Berger and his folks to refinance this. And over the course of that refinance, we're going to save a minimum of $4.8 million in interest. We actually, because of the uncertainty of how these bonds work with the Cinderella bonds, we actually can save more. It could be over $5 million over the course of the duration of that term. So that showed that we're just not sitting back and paying our debt. We're aggressively looking at the debt and making sure we can save money where we can. And we can. And we're going to be saving, as I said, $4.8 million over the life of that, and that's something we should celebrate. All our debt's in our enterprise funds. It's all sewer debt. It's no general debt, as you know, that we have in Pinellas County. Also, obviously, we work with OMB on budget controls and budget amendments during the course of the year. You have certain authority under the county administrator for budget amendments. The accounts receivable, the payroll, which has been interesting this past year with the different factors involved with the CARES Act, and the grants. You see our grants have exploded compared to prior years, mainly, again, due to the things related to the pandemic. This past fiscal year was $134 million. This current year is going to be even more because of the way the grants, even though they were awarded, their duration just didn't all take place during the last fiscal year. That has involved a tremendous amount of resources on everyone's part, the county's part and the finance part and the clerk's office. And then we pay in pre-audit 97,000 different invoices for $1.3 billion of disbursements. And we issued various reports, audit reports. I want to say thank you to the chair. He reached out to me last week and said thank you for the report that we did on the CARES Act and the disbursement of those funds. I don't think, yes,
yeah.
Commissioner Long.
Yes, I was curious, Clerk, if you, in your area of expertise, do you do public outreach on how those dollars are spent, or no?
Not other than on our website and the financial transparency that we offer on these all these reports are put on our website, but actually going around and speaking on it or that type of thing, no, I don't.
So my reason for my question is because there's a whole group of our citizenry that thinks that we either squandered the money or are sitting on the money, and I think it would be wise if we could put a really strong focus in one or two pieces of our county communications that go out to speak to that, just because it has turned into a, do you not agree, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, we've
I mean,
had
we've
some-
heard that over and over and over again.
Commissioner Long, I agree with you because my
Yay.
wife told me that she heard a rumor that we spent $2 million on advertising.
Right.
And I said that there was no truth to that whatsoever.
And I've gotten emails that have said things like, what are you thinking sitting on X millions of dollars
Right.
just so you can have it sitting there?
So Commissioner Long,
Barry would like. I
yeah,
think-
we can do more, but we have prepared very detailed reports and put that on our website, and we've communicated to everybody that has asked how those dollars are dispersed. It is very detailed. We make the policy, the clerk we don't move without him looking at the way in which we're going to manage and make those disbursements, and that's occurred throughout this pandemic. So those funds are very tightly controlled, and the disbursements are very, very public and transparent. We've got those reports on our website. Certain people have chosen not to use that information, but it isn't for a lack of trying to get that information out. But we can certainly do more.
And I think also on top of all of that, there's this overlay that we've got to make sure we do it right. So it's not that we decide what to spend it on, but how we spend, and then making sure that we're doing it the right way so that everything that we do, especially these outside, it's all subject to audit. And I know I've gotten frustrated a little bit in the past year, like, let's get it out faster. And, we've said, let's slow down, make sure that we do it, get everybody's information. I think the attestation form that we came up with for our residents was really important because it saved us having to do maybe even a little more scrutiny. So, but I think to Commissioner Long's point, I think we need to, continue to put that out there. Lessons learned in this past year.
And we could put it into a format which maybe is easier for the citizens to understand. This uses lots of charts. It takes a dollar bill and shows how it's broken down and the money spent. And maybe that type of format would be something that we could work on. Obviously, we're still in this process, so it's hard to work on something as the process is going on. But as the chair said about the careful disbursement of these monies, we have to be very careful because these are not only subject to our internal audit, our external auditor, but the Auditor General of the United States will be auditing these funds post all of this, and any entity which disperses this money improperly will have to pay that money back. And so we've been part of calls weekly with the Government Finance Officers Association, which gives us guidance on this. They're the ones that's our professional association, which reaches out to the Department of the Treasury and with the Inspector General to make sure that we're in compliance with every dollar being spent. I feel very confident Pinellas County will not have to return a dollar of this because we have done a good job at monitoring this.
And you do a good job, if I may.
And jointly.
Your chart with the $1 bill, I remember that specifically because I have used it a lot in speaking with various citizens groups. And yes, and it's simple and they can understand it. So I've handed it out to people and they've taken it with them and given it to others. So I hope you do that again. Thank you.
And it's always a challenge in financial reporting because it is complex to take it and to make it so that it's straightforward. We don't expect everyone to be a CPA, so we try to communicate in the best manner. Speaking of those reports, we are proud of our reports. Our Citizens Guide has received a Certificate of Excellence every year since we've done it for 14 years. And this, the annual comprehensive financial report, has received the award for 39 years. And as I mentioned in the past, this is more than just receiving a certificate. Our debt rating is dependent on the quality of this report. So receiving that Certificate of Excellence actually reduces your points, your basis points for debt consideration. So it has real meaning as far as savings to the taxpayers. We're going to try to, I know I spent way over my allocation, but who's next? Andrew?
Morning.
Hi. Good morning, Commission. Good to see
Well,
everybody.
hello, good to see you. I knew last time I saw you were at another place, and I said, now, where has he gone? And I found out you came here. We were excited I was excited to hear that news, and haven't had a chance to run into you or see you, but welcome.
Yeah.
Good to have you part of the team.
Glad to be here, absolutely. Well, I just want to spend a moment talking about that comprehensive AFR. It is a very big, heavy, voluminous, complex document, especially for the average reader. So I want to just take a few slides to just kind of break down and give you an enhanced conceptual understanding of what all these statements mean and different bases of accounting. So we'll go through that briefly. I could spend hours talking about it, but I think I'll spare you that. So just spend a few slides, a few moments, kind of going through some of the basics of this comprehensive AFR. On this slide, there's basically three required sections: the introductory section, financial section, and statistical section. Most AFRs also include the compliance section, which are all the reports required under what's called the Yellow Book. And that's not a phone book. That's actually the book is yellow, but it contains all the required reporting and professional standards that auditors have to follow when performing audits of local government entities.
Andrew, let me interrupt a moment because, people don't realize the number of financial reports that we have to issue to be in compliance with all the different regulations. We issue what's called primary government reports, which is on the Board of County Commissioners, the constitutional officers, each of the constitutional officers, the Pinellas County Emergency Medical Services Authority, the Pinellas County Industrial Development Authority, and the Pinellas County Redevelopment Agency. And then there's items that are called blended component units. I mean, this is not fun stuff, folks. Blended component units, those are separate legal entities, but we're responsible for the financial reporting of those. And those are the Pinellas Planning Council, the Pinellas County Housing Finance Authority, the Pinellas County Health Facilities Authority, the Pinellas County Educational Facilities Authority, and the Pinellas County Construction and Licensing Board. Each of those reports are part of this big report that we have. Back to you, Andrew.
As Ken said, all these requirements are basically what justifies giving me a paycheck. So I appreciate all the extensive reporting and auditing requirements justifies my existence, maybe. So getting into some of the specifics on here, and it's not just, I mentioned the Yellow Book, which are national requirements, but there's also state requirements. So the state of Florida and the Florida Auditor General's Office mandates additional attestation reports, examination reports, and other compliance-related functions that we need to maintain. So, for example, on investment compliance, we'll have a slide that talks about that, how we use our E911 communication funds. There are state restrictions on how we do that. Same thing with the Deepwater Horizon oil spill proceeds that we received years ago, how we spend that. That's scrutinized. Ken mentioned the CRA, so the Community Redevelopment Agency, we issue a separate report on that. And state statute dictates how we spend that money, as well as in compliance with our own community redevelopment plan. So it's extensive. It's not just an audit of the numbers. There's also a very large compliance and internal control over compliance component to it. This is a slide I'd love to brag about. So this is about as good as it gets here on the actual audit results. So it shows an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements. We mentioned all of those compliance reports, so things could pop up, a compliance-related finding or internal control finding. Well, there were none. So definitely something that we hang our hat on for that. There was one procurement-related finding around single audit last year that got fully corrected this year, so corrective action taken. And I know we were mentioning a lot about the CARES Act funding. Well, the single audit, there's a federal and a state single audit where they select major federal programs and state projects. Well, the auditors selected the major federal program was the CARES Act money. It's called the CRF, or Coronavirus Relief Fund, CFDA 21019, over $50 million that they tested and performed specific compliance-related testing around that. No findings on that. So they not only look at the compliance aspect itself, but also our internal controls to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So very commendable that they had no findings on that whatsoever. Okay, just going through some terminology, and I could lose you on this, so I'm going to keep it very high level, but there's a whole lot of different statements. There's the government-wide statements, there's the fund statements. Basically, you can break it all down into two different types of bases of accounting. One's the full accrual basis of accounting and the economic resource measurement focus. That has a more long-term horizon or view. And then there's the more short-term modified accrual basis of accounting, and current financial resources focus. Those are your governmental funds, your general fund and your special revenue funds, and capital projects funds. That's how we budget. So it's a lot more current, cash-driven. We don't present long-term assets, long-term liabilities, but we do on the longer-term government-wide stuff and on the proprietary funds. But most of what you see in the day-to-day, when we go through budget workshops and whatnot, that's more on the modified accrual basis, which the governmental funds are presented on. And this just outlines the differences, right? So these kind of long-term assets and liabilities, capital assets, pension, OPEB, long-term debt, that's all in the government-wide, governmental activities, business-type activities, and what we call the proprietary funds, which are enterprise funds, the water fund, sewer fund, solid waste fund, airport, and then internal service funds, proprietary, presents on that basis of accounting. And then you've got this other basis of accounting with the governmental funds that eliminate all those long-term assets and liabilities and changes therein and focuses on the near-term stuff that's either cash or quickly converted to cash. And this just kind of goes through some slides on net position and the components of each and kind of gives you a little breakdown of each. We'll kind of run through that. A little on an investment overview. I'm going to actually hand it over to Ken to talk about that and maybe specifically talk about the speculative investments in gold and Bitcoin that the county is heavily involved in.
We don't do any of that. Andrew is pulling your leg.
Kidding.
He's seeing if you're paying attention.
Exactly. Ken, take it away.
The philosophy behind government investing, and this is accepted throughout the United States, is first of all safety, that we can return $1 for every dollar collected in taxes. Second is the liquidity of those funds, and third is yield, and we do respect this. I will tell you, because I mentioned about how we're saving with debt. Well, that means interest rates are very low. So that means our investment income is extremely low at this point. It's very hard to actually earn any money on our investments because of the nature of them. It is interesting because banks actually don't want our money. In Florida, there is you have to be a Florida public depository, which means they have to collateralize the deposits that we have with them. And so we actually have caps on what we can put into our banking relationships. And so that presents a challenge for us to make sure that we have other venues to place our deposits. When we got the CARES money, the banks were saying, hey, we only could take so much of that. You have to put that in other places. And so that's been a challenge with our investment team. We do have an investment committee. As you know, we have an investment policy, which you all approve. And the investment committee consists of folks from OMB and folks from the clerk's office and our financial advisor. So I just want to let you know about that challenge. It's not like the Beverly Hillbillies with Mr. Drysdale saying we want all your deposits. This is just the opposite. The banks are saying we don't want all your deposit because it creates additional liabilities for them. So what we do is we have local government investment pools, which we invest in, and then federal agencies and federal treasuries is where the money is invested. Back to you, Andrew.
Yeah, and I recall back in 2019, those investment pools were earning over 2%, almost 3% interest, maybe even exceeding 3%, and now it's 20, 30 basis points. So it doesn't do as well for our investment portfolio. But for our debt portfolio, especially the refunding, it's had a nice windfall. So Ken mentioned, I skipped over a few slides because there was a clear correlation there. But you can see, as Ken mentioned, by having the low interest rate environment, we were able to take advantage of that and refund some of our debt. And you all were involved. This was back in January, so it didn't affect the 2020 comprehensive AFR, but there was a subsequent event note that detailed that. It was over, collectively over $5 million or so in savings. So that was very nice. I skipped a couple slides. Just capital assets increased by about $123 million over last year. That consists of both depreciable and non-depreciable assets. They're listed here on the slide. The next slide just shows some of the project capital asset activity on some of the major projects for the county, both for the governmental activities, business type activities. So that's for your summarized for your reading pleasure as well. We talked about the debt and the debt refunding subsequent to year end and taking advantage of that. As far as our current debt portfolio or through September 30, 2020, governmental activities, Ken mentioned this, only $13 million. I've worked with a lot of Florida governments in my career. For an entity of this size and the extent of the functions and services you all provide, I don't think I've ever seen that where you don't have any general obligation debt. Your governmental activities debt was only $13 million, which is really just capital leases, mostly under sheriff for a plane, helicopter, and vehicles, and then some street sweepers as well. So very impressive from that standpoint, your debt portfolio and how low it is in governmental activities. And then with business type, it's about $114 million, which is consisting of sewer revenue bonds and notes. This is just a little multi-year comparison of net position. You probably want to see, okay, where's our unrestricted and what the trend is. It's stable. It's either been increasing in business type activities or, in government activities, it's been relatively stable. You might look at it and say, why do we have a negative unrestricted net position in governmental activities? That kind of takes me to the next slide on pension and other post-employment benefits. If I've got 3 hours, I can explain this all day long, but I'm going to leave it to about 30 seconds or less. These are long-term obligations. These are not amounts that are due and payable by the county. That's why in the governmental fund, modified accrual basis, we don't include those. We don't budget for this. We don't make any contributions to an irrevocable trust. These are just pay-as-you-go. We pay FRS, our required contributions, and then we pay insurance premiums and claims for the OPEB, which is the other post-employment benefits, such as like health benefits, life insurance, dental, that sort of thing to our employees and their dependents, even when they retire. So these are benefits that accrue. The actuaries value this through an actuarial valuation, but this is not real money, but it does create a long-term obligation in our government-wide financial statements, which is what caused that unrestricted net position to go negative back when we adopted those standards a number of years ago.
And let me mention with the pension, getting back to that slide for a moment, Andrew.
Sure.
That's from the Florida retirement system. We couldn't pay off this liability if we wanted to. I mean, there's no liability, there's no check we could write and say, oh, we wanted to pay off this liability, because this is every year the FRS calculates the rates and they determine these figures, and based on this percentage of the total liability that's accountable for Pinellas County is what we enter on our financial statements. So it's unusual to have a liability that you have no potential of paying off, because we couldn't give a check to FRS and say, hey, we want to be 100%. They wouldn't even accept the check. So this was something that was done nationally by the Government Standards Board to just show more transparency in financial reporting. But it's something that, although it shows big figures of an enormous amount, it's not something that I would say we should be tremendously concerned about. The FRS system is tremendously sound. It's at 90% funding rate, and compared to other state pensions, it's a very solid fund.
Thank you. Commissioner Flowers.
Mr. Burton came from Illinois. He could give you the opposite of that.
He answered my question.
Okay.
When I wanted to ask what was the percentage, because we know how that fluctuates based on what it is that the state statute mandates for being concerned.
And Commissioner Flowers, the legislature just met, and we did get a slight increase to the contributions that we'll have to make next year for FRS, starting on July 1st.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you. Go
And
ahead.
the last person always gets the time crunch, so I'll try to run you through these last few quickly. We just wanted to point out some general fund highlights. The revenues and transfers increased by about $86 million. Your property taxes increased pretty well last year by about 7.4%. And this year, we're still collecting, but most are in. It's up about 1% to 2% trending. So if everything comes in, I think it'll still be pretty good. And then the rest of the story was really the CARES Act and COVID. We got a lot of money from the CARES Act, and we spent a lot of money on COVID response. And the budget to actual, overall, you had a $44 million positive variance. Again, we budgeted that CARES fund, that $170 million to spend, and by 9/30, we didn't spend it. So you see some large variances here, but they really are just timing, and the money will be spent, was spent in the following year. And here are your property tax collections through 2020. So you see a nice trend going up. And as I said before, will probably be flat or slightly up in the coming year. And also your general fund has been trending upward. Last year there was an increase of about $44 million.
And Bill, talking about reserves, because I know that's a question which usually county commissioners ask, do we have the proper amount of reserves? And we do. There's two different, there's no real measuring yardstick which says this is the amount you should have. But there is recommended from the Government Finance Officers Association, and then when you have a county which is in a hurricane area, they want enhanced reserves, and we have that enhanced reserve. Exactly what is
We
it?
do. So if you're looking at the fiscal year 21 budget, your general fund reserve was about 21%, which would be over 3 months of expenditures. So GFOA recommends 2 months. We're in a hurricane area, so we probably want more than that, and we do. 2 months would be about 16 to 17%.
Can you repeat those numbers? I'm sorry, but your voice trailed down.
Oh, I'm
when you
sorry.
said
I
it,
must have
and
stepped away.
I was looking this way. I did not hear you clearly.
So in your fiscal year 21 budget, you have a 21% reserve budgeted in your general fund,
What does that mean in dollars?
$165 million, I believe.
Okay.
And then recommended minimum would be 2 months, which is about 16 to 17%. So we have much more than that, about 3 months worth.
And I think to what you've talked about before, Barry, there was a tension with that this year, given where we've come, what we've been through.
You know, one of the key areas that you heard Mike Twitty talk about was what the impact of the pandemic was going to have on revenue-based property tax facilities like hotels and things like that. We've seen a strong recovery. He's going to do some projections, and he'll provide that as part of his report coming up here. And so we prepared for the worst, hope for the best, and we're seeing that it didn't hit us as hard as it could have. And so we'll be discussing that as part of our general fund discussion coming up here as part of the budget.
Thank you. Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does he typically break it out, commercial versus single-family home property
Yes.
tax value? Or
Yeah, he'll be able to show you both the impact on business, impact on revenue-generating facilities, impact on residential.
Okay.
And again, our budget team will also kind of show you how we're using those projections and the assumptions that go into that as part of that presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, go ahead.
Under our recommendations, we do not have a formalized debt policy, and this is something with the Finance Officers Association recommends. So we are going to develop jointly with OMB and County Administration a debt policy that we could adopt as to how we approach debt. I think we've been doing a darn good job at it. We just don't have a formal policy which is recommended. The next item, for those of you who are at the BTS board, I know 3 commissioners serve on that. You know something about this. This is something where the county administrator with the head of the personnel system, Kimberly Crum, and Jeff Roars with BTS. We've been working with our Oracle system. It's behind schedule and updates. And we want to get that to make sure that we're maximizing the use of that, and we've been working jointly on that. So on that recommendation, Mr. Burton, will you want to say something on that?
We've been talking, we actually worked with BTS, and Mr. Burke and I really come together to try to figure out how to have a better long-term plan for our major systems. We actually hired Gartner Group to look and help us come up with a plan and schedule, because not only do we have to think about all the time and energy involved in transition to different systems, but just the money involved in it from a financing side. That effort really wasn't successful with Gartner, and so now BTS is switching and trying to use a local firm to help us have more of a strategic plan. We really need to have a better long-term strategic plan with all of our IT systems, and that involves not just upgrades to those systems, but when is it at the end of its useful life? When do we bid out? We've seen that been fragmented. You know, with Oracle, you have pieces that weren't necessarily best in class, but you know, from when you implemented Oracle, everything's changed because it used to be you needed one system that everything was part of that system. Now you can kind of plug and play different pieces. We want to know what the best strategy is. So we're working on that. There'll be more to come on that, but that'll be a key component to our financial systems too, because of the money involved in that.
And also the robustness of some of these systems. With Opus, we probably have not used it to the maximum. With some of the upgrades, it's offering features which we need. So it's taking a look and making sure that we're maximizing the use of that investment too. The next item is a update on a capital policy, which we're going to be asking the commission to visit. Basically, the state of Florida has allowed from when we say capitalize something, that means instead of expensing it, the year you purchase is all expense. Capitalized means we have to depreciate over its useful life. It used to be the standard is anything over $1,000 got capitalized. Now the standard has changed. I think it hasn't changed for 20 or 30 years. It's gone up to $5,000. And so we're going to ask y'all to adopt a policy on that. But at the same time, we want to be careful. Just because an asset costs $3,500, we still want to track it. Even though it's expensed on our books, we want to know where it is and when it is and how many years it's supposed to last, so that we could have good accountability for the assets, the fixed assets in our county. Back to you,
Real
Bill.
quick question, Ken. On
Yes,
the
sir.
on the first item, formalizing a debt policy, we've talked even within the penny itself where we might have some projects that we
That's
want
right.
to move forward. And then obviously it, quote, gets paid back against future
Right.
earnings from that. And interest rates, has been said today, are at their all-time low. When does it make sense to consider, obviously it's need-driven, but when does it make sense to use debt as a real resource?
Exactly how you mentioned, Mr. Chair. When there are needs there, when it makes sense that we can get this project started early, because especially we know with the roads situation and transportation and certain items which are needed today, it makes sense, especially when we can count on the predictability of the penny money is very predictable.
Right.
And so that stream of revenue, and I think there'll be no problem with having debt issuance of that nature and the lenders wishing to lend on that money. And you're right, with favorable interest rates, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I mean, we're already quickly getting our penny identified where we want to spend it, and already starting to see, I think, some shortfalls that we really are needing to get addressed. And so, well, I'm sure we'll be having that conversation and discussion, but I want
will.
this area is an outlet possibility, so.
And
we
this
would
is not new to the county. We have borrowed before in advance for the penny money.
But you borrowed, but you have a unique situation where you have a solid waste fund that you have to have for post closure, and so you have an amount of money there that's earning a couple basis points on interest, and so borrowing against it is just an easier way of doing it versus issuing debt. You could issue debt, but you're talking about a short window of time, less than 10 years between the different pennies. So you can do either one.
Okay.
And
That's just internal debt.
it's internal debt, and so it's just easier. But but we're open to both of those ideas
yeah.
and trying to
Okay.
figure out the best solution.
Yeah, makes some sense. Okay. Go ahead.
So in addition to the mandated reporting we talked about before, the GASB is also what keeps accountants in demand. So we do have some future GASB implementations coming up. GASB 84 is establishing some different criteria for fiduciary activities, which is basically holding money on others' behalf. So we will be implementing that GASB this year. And then we have GASB 87, which deals with lease assets and liabilities for leases that were previously classified as operating leases. So if you wanted to buy a vehicle and just pay a lease on it, you would just expense it instead of buying it and capitalizing it. GASB 87 says, well, you're really buying it even though you're leasing it, so it's going to need to be capitalized. And GASB 96 is very similar, except it deals with the rising popularity of software-based subscription, software-based information technology arrangements. So whereas instead of buying the large software package, you're just paying a monthly fee. They're also saying that you're actually buying that software and it should be capitalized. And I'll close with a couple comparative data exhibits. This shows your general fund sustainable months. So the comparisons are for 2019, and we have Pinellas up there for 2 years, but we have 3.4 months of sustainable months. So if you didn't get another penny in, you could sustain yourself for 3.4 months. This is how many employees, how many citizens our employees serve. I will caution you that some of the comparisons do employ EMT and paramedics. So, but we are very effective in that each employee serves 166 people. And then, like we talked about before, the debt. This just shows our debt comparison to other counties, and to really kind of equalize it on the right, we put it per capita. And these debt levels are just probably some of the lowest in Florida, if not the lowest. We just don't have a lot of debt. And we gave you some links to some resources throughout our website and throughout the state. And just in closing, I'd be a little remiss if I didn't thank Andrew Laughlin and the financial reporting team of Mandy Barrows, really the whole finance division and throughout the county. Getting results like this is really a team effort throughout the county. So a lot of hard work goes into this every year, and I thank everyone that helped.
And Bill, let me say thanks to our finance division. They're a very excellent group of dedicated individuals. And also, we're very blessed in Pinellas County that we work so cooperatively together with our other constitutional officers, with the departments on the Board of County Commissioners, with Bill Berger and the Office of OMB. All of this involves a lot of joint work, a lot of communication, at times a little friction, but we work it out, and we work it out for the benefit of the taxpayers of Pinellas County. So my thanks to everyone who's involved with this effort. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Ken, thank you for making those comments. You know, I think sometimes we know that we're doing the right things, but I think, and the pieces that you're putting together to communicate it are really important. But I find myself sometimes almost taking it for granted when I'm out talking to our residents, because they really want to know this stuff. They want to know that our dollars that are being used are being accounted for and they're being done the right way. And we've got a system in place that ensures all of that. And so I think we just need to be, not you all telling the story, but we need to be telling that story better. I think it goes a little bit to Commissioner Long's comments about we're doing things the right way. We just got to tell people that we are doing things the right way, and you should be proud of our finance group, our clerk's office, some of the folks that work within our county, because these are big deals that are going on to ensure our residents' confidence in transparency and accountability. So anyway, thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
I don't see anything on here about the construction that's going on at the courthouse under capital assets continued. Because we have like the jail facility upgrades and all of that, but would that, huh? Am I missing it? It's a big project. I know, I just had jury duty.
That would be paid for out of the penny, correct?
It would be, and I don't know if it would all be capital assets. And we do have jail facility upgrades of $1.2 million on slide 16.
Yeah, I see that, but that's the,
And it could be timing. We could follow up with more information on that if that's helpful to you.
Bill's coming up. He'll clarify that.
Yeah.
thank you.
You get bill number 2 now.
Hi, Bill number 2.
Good morning. Commissioner Flowers, the list that you saw there was just a representative list of some of the major projects that were completed during the last fiscal year 20. What you're describing are projects that are still in progress, so they would be candidates once they're completed of being part of this type of report in a future year.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, for the CARES Act funding, I know they means tested our processes. Did they also take a look at those individuals that we contracted with in order to help
Yes.
expend those dollars?
Yes,
Okay.
it's total, holistically.
Right.
Thank you.
There are subrecipients. They would also get their own audit that we would review, but our auditors also look at our subrecipient monitoring and how we work with them. So yeah, they did look at them all.
Great, great.
And we have to
Justice.
monitor that also. Again, for the Auditor General, post-auditing that will come several years from now, we want to make sure we're in good shape.
That's
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to say thank you this morning. As the chairman mentioned, helping us tell this story is critically important. And this debt ratio, it's our favorite slide of the year when we get the audit, when you present 4 times, 5 times, 6 times less debt per capita as our partners across the bay. So I think it's hugely important. And then I couldn't help notice this morning that the breadth of your experience and your hiring, Mr. Clerk. We went from a Bitcoin reference to a Beverly Hillbillies reference, so I appreciated that this morning.
And that reminds me, do we have any money in Bitcoin?
No, we do not.
No,
Any of the cryptocurrency?
nope,
No.
nope.
It's not allowed under
Not
our
allowed.
investment policy.
Anybody else for the guys? Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Nice job.
That'd be different, right? Yes? Hey, Megan.
Hey, good morning. Good morning,
morning.
Mr. Chair and members of the board. Megan Ross, Utilities Director for Pinellas County. And today we're here to give you an overview of our wastewater collection system program that our team has been working diligently on with our consultant, Wade Trim. The primary goals of this program mirror the goals of the Wastewater Stormwater Partnership, which are to avoid and mitigate spills, overflows, and releases of sewage into the environment, particularly those into water bodies, to seek opportunities to address drainage and stormwater issues that impact the sewer system, and to increase capacity and resiliency of the collective sewer system and wastewater infrastructure. While our department has been making significant progress towards aligning our capital improvement program to meet these goals, this project will expedite and integrate multiple components of our collection system to meet both short and long-term infrastructure improvements. A primary focus for the improvements is to meet these 3 goals while also incorporating a funding strategy and a program for septic to sewer conversion. As you may recall, a key component of the strategic action plan initiated by the Wastewater Stormwater Partnership was the development of policies to address the portion of our sewer collection system that resides within our customers' private property, known as private sewer laterals. By engaging the board early on this project to explore and potentially adopt one of these options in the near future, we will be able to work aggressively in parallel on both the public side of the wastewater system and the private side of the wastewater system, thereby being able to implement these sewer overflow reduction strategies more rapidly. A significant portion of the project will include a public outreach component to drive focus towards the importance of our community's infrastructure to the economic vitality of Pinellas County. The importance of wastewater infrastructure is not only a public health matter, but also an environmental matter, particularly to water quality. So our goal for this work session is twofold. First, we will review project strategies to be implemented on the public portion of our system, which will include capacity improvements, capital improvement program coordination, and data analysis that targets the specific areas causing sewer overflows within our system. Secondly, we will be presenting 4 policy options regarding private sewer laterals. All options are viable, but each option has both advantages and disadvantages that we can discuss today. Our objective with these policy options is to bring forward the information we have gathered on multiple options for consideration and hopefully gain some constructive feedback and dialogue on these options as we move forward. So at this point, I would like to introduce Chris Haney from Wade Trim, who will be leading the program for the county. I would also like to note that Maya Burke, Assistant Director for the Tampa Bay Estuary Program, is also here today. The Tampa Bay Estuary Program has been a very important partner throughout this process, And Maya will be presenting some of the key findings from the public dialogue research report surrounding private sewer lateral policies towards the end of our presentation. So as Chris makes his way to the podium, I would like to share with you a brief animated video that was developed as part of our public outreach strategy that demonstrates how damaged private laterals can lead to increased inflow and infiltration, which can contribute to sewer overflows in our system. Now let's play the video.
A common threat to everyone's water quality is inflow and infiltration, also known as I&I. Let's start with how sewer systems actually function. Each homeowner resides on the private side of any public sewer system utility. When you flush your toilet, take a shower, or wash your dishes, you create wastewater which flows from your home into a pipe called a private lateral. This private lateral connects to the public sewer system at the edge of your property and is maintained by your city or county. Wastewater flows from the public sewer system to a treatment facility designed to handle a specific volume where pollutants and bacteria are removed. When rainwater falls, it's known as stormwater. Stormwater percolates into the soil, increasing groundwater level as well as storm drain levels in the street. This stormwater eventually flows into creeks, lakes, Tampa Bay, and even the Gulf of Mexico, just as it's designed to do. Stormwater and wastewater flow into separate systems and should never be mixed together. So, what about I&I? I&I happens when a private lateral breaks or is damaged by tree roots or old age, which allows the groundwater table to then flow into the pipe, also known as infiltration. High levels of I&I in the public and private wastewater collection system often lead to sanitary sewer overflows, or SSOs, which again threaten our overall water quality. It's alarming to learn that up to 70% of stormwater entering the sewer system is due to damaged laterals. Though your indoor plumbing may be working fine, your aging lateral underground can be a different story. In areas with high groundwater tables, sealing the public system portion may not be enough. Thus, most private lateral portions need to also be repaired to reduce infiltration into the system. With wastewater being harmful to human health and the environment, homeowners should have their private lateral inspected, repaired, or replaced by a licensed plumber to keep it functioning properly. Keeping your sewer pipes healthy will keep Tampa Bay healthy too. For more information, visit the Pinellas County Utilities website.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's so great to see all of you in person today. Thank you, Director Ross. My name is Chris Haney. I'm a licensed professional civil engineer and Senior Vice President with Wade Trim. I'll be serving as the principal in charge on this wastewater collection system program. The animation you just watched is not only part of Pinellas County Utilities, or PCU's, public outreach on the importance of addressing private sewer laterals, but this message will also aid in the reduction of SSOs, which are two key objectives we will be discussing in this presentation today. First, let's discuss the wastewater collection system program. There we go. The wastewater collection system program includes 12 major tasks aimed at implementing projects for SSO elimination. We will implement pipe rehabilitation methods within the 1,100 miles of collection system pipeline, implement backup power at the 299 pump stations, and target the critical lateral issues within the 84,000 private sewer laterals. This program includes extensive upgrades and integration into the countywide CityWorks asset management system, development of a fully calibrated hydraulic model for the North and South County systems, a multi-year financial analysis and rate study, and a key focus on the septic tanks in the county with a comprehensive septic to sewer strategy to aggressively convert and connect these properties to the sewer system. We will develop a comprehensive plan of action to maximize the county's infrastructure investment under this program. Now, I would like to introduce you to our team who will lead this program for the county and present a couple of project examples that demonstrate our experience with programs of this nature. Wade Trim is a pioneer in SSO reduction programs. We are excited to serve as the prime consultant for this program, and as a 95-year-old firm, we have been working in sewer systems just like Pinellas County since the inception of the company in 1926. The expertise we gained through early wet weather and SSO elimination programs and our work at one of the largest wastewater treatment plants in the world, the 1.2 billion gallon per day Detroit plant, as shown on the left, has been repeated and improved upon multiple times. We are transferring decades of progressive innovation gained in SSO elimination programs to this program for Pinellas County Utilities. As we look to form our team, we considered other key teaming partners such as Hazen, who has strong national and local experience, including the flow attenuation tank in the middle image, located at the Largo wastewater plant, which was a key outcome of the county's wastewater and stormwater partnership, and has been very effective in helping the city of Largo reduce SSOs. Lastly, the image on the right presents our overall team. We have a broad team and over 200 years of combined experience and expertise in SSO elimination. And all of our major partners, including Wade Trim, have many years of successful experience serving Pinellas County Utilities. We have a 4-part reduction strategy to eliminate SSOs in the system. Step 1. This is focused on reducing I&I in the system through flow monitoring and targeted pipe and manhole rehabilitation and lining projects. To date, PCU has flow monitored 17 basins and completed smoke testing and CCTV in over a dozen basins to help drive these near-term targeted projects. There are 15 scheduled lining projects in the current $358 million capital improvement program, and we hope to accelerate these projects to quickly eliminate SSOs. Step 2 addresses the capacity limitations in the system. You will see in the next slide that I&I consumes the capacity in the collection system, leading to SSOs. We are looking at flow attenuation storage tanks as one method to address capacity limitations in the system. In recent years, PCU also began addressing hydraulic bottlenecks with projects like the South Cross Bayou Headworks project, which was designed and expanded to handle higher peak flows coming into the plant. Pump station resiliency will be improved through backup power supply systems across the 299 PCU pump stations. Currently, PCU is deploying permanent backup power at several pump stations, and under this project, we will be looking at expanding backup systems to all the remaining pump stations. This step will also address the increased capacity needed for septic tank conversions to the PCU sewer and treatment system. Step 3 of our strategy includes confirming the short-term needs while working towards a long-term plan and a prioritized CIP that includes a multi-year rate analysis and other potential funding options so projects can be aggressively implemented. Funding options will primarily be from enterprise funds and grant programs like the Community Development Block Grant. Step 4 includes developing effective approaches to the private systems in the county, including private collection systems, private pump stations, and private sewer laterals. These areas in the system must receive the same rigorous review and attention that PCU has given and will continue to give to the public side of the system. Overall, this formula will yield a successful SSO reduction and elimination program that enhances resiliency and sustainability within the county. This next slide presents I&I and how it severely impacts the system capacity, leading to SSOs. And what we mean by system capacity is the capacity in the collection system piping, the lift stations, and the treatment plants. The pipe image on the left is from actual data collected along Seminole Boulevard, which is an SSO hotspot in the system. Under normal dry weather conditions, the pipe sees about 25% of the capacity used by wastewater from customers in the system. But when a rain event or wet weather event occurs, the remaining 75% of the pipe capacity is consumed. The increased flows overwhelm the entire system and the downstream treatment plants. More importantly, SSOs result in environmental and water quality issues, public health issues, and regulatory enforcement that can include consent orders and consent decrees, which can force drastic spending programs, leading to further rate increases and financial challenges for the utility. We are taking a proactive approach to reducing I&I through the wastewater collection system program, and especially through the private lateral policy to prevent further regulatory enforcement. Now we're going to talk about the areas of concern and causes of SSOs in the system. The main areas of concern are shown on the right of the slide, and the causes of SSOs in the system on the left. The image on the right shows the PCU service area, outlined in black. To the north, the Palm Harbor and East Lake service area is served by the W.E. Dunn Water Reclamation Facility. To the south, the Gulfport area is served by St. Petersburg, but other areas such as Leelman, Seminole Boulevard, and the beaches are served by the South Cross Bayou Water Reclamation Facility. Now, the red dots indicate SSOs by volume. So the larger the red dot, the higher the SSO volume at these locations. On the left of the slide, the main causes of SSOs range from blockages due to grease or pipe failures, mechanical or electrical failures in the pump station systems, and I&I. As you can see, approximately 68% of the SSO volume over the past 8 years is attributed to I&I in the system. Much of this I&I can be attributed to heavier rainfall events, combined with older, unmaintained aging infrastructure, including the private laterals. This project will build on all of this data, and we will use risk-based decision tools to prioritize projects to address these issues and other SSO hotspots in the system. It's important to note that we don't need to do all of this work at once, but it's imperative to focus and make improvements in these critical areas shown on the map. So what this really means is that we're in a position now to start addressing these problem areas, or these red dot areas, and all sources of I&I that contribute to SSOs on the public side. But also on the private side, we need some policy changes in order to address the private laterals. Our immediate plan of action includes the 15 projects currently in the CIP for pipe rehabilitation to begin addressing these red dot areas, and there will be many other projects added as our management plan unfolds. Finally, we will be coming back to you periodically to update you and keep you apprised of the progress we are making on this project. Now, we've covered the wastewater collection system overview and the system reduction strategy. Now let's turn our attention to another reason we are here today, which is to facilitate discussion on possible private lateral options for the board to consider. So this slide presents the 4 private sewer lateral policy options. We have researched utility systems across the country and locally and have these 4 private sewer lateral policy options to present to you today. Our objective of this meeting is to get your feedback on any or all of these options with the goal of moving toward the adoption of a policy. Now I will introduce and give a brief definition of these options, and on the next slide we will be exploring the advantages and disadvantages of each option. Starting with the rebate, this is where the county provides funding for inspection and/or corrective action of the private lateral after it is implemented by the property owner. As an example, for a rebate, if you're the homeowner and you have a defective lateral and get it repaired, you could apply for a rebate and get reimbursed for a specified percentage of the work. The point of sale option involves inspection of the private lateral as part of the property sale process. For example, if you're buying a home, this lateral inspection allows the home buyer to understand the condition of the lateral prior to the closing and can require the lateral to be repaired. The permitting option is when there are sewer capacity-related property improvements requiring a building permit that prompts inspection and corrective action, if needed. As an example, if the property owner is adding a bathroom and is applying for a permit, an inspection of the lateral would be required. The find and fix option identifies defective laterals for repair in targeted areas within the PCU system. As an example, if PCU is identifying areas with high I&I in the system, we will incorporate the inspection and repair of private laterals into those projects. Another note I would like to highlight is that the different aspects of these policy options can be combined together. As an example, we can combine the rebate option with the permitting option so the home buyer can get a rebate when the home buyer initiates the work. Now to drill down a little deeper, as we worked with the county's team to develop these policy options, naturally there were many considerations within each option. And if you have your handouts, I'm happy to walk you through pages 2 through 5 and give you an overview of each policy option. The rebate option, which is presented on page 2 of the handout, this is incentive-based and county funding would be provided for PCU customers only. Variations range from the percentage of cost the rebate covers to whether it covers all or part of the inspection and the repair. Public outreach and education to inform the customers of this policy and how it works is critically important, since the customers themselves are required to initiate this rebate process for inspection and repairs. The point of sale option on page 3. This is about increasing buyer awareness. To require a lateral inspection during the due diligence phase of the process, the sales process. This could be a countywide system, countywide program, and it could lead to additional steps in the buying process, but would require a lateral inspection as the rest of the property is inspected, which is a benefit to the buyer and helps to address the private laterals in the system. Now, this is a passive approach, since it only happens when a sale occurs and not in a targeted manner. Now let's talk about the permitting option presented on page 4. This most likely is when the home is torn down and rebuilt, or an additional sewer capacity, or when additional sewer capacity is needed at the property for something like a new bathroom or a major expansion. This option would be integrated into the building permit process, but obviously we need to define the criteria that would prompt this approach, which is why we're here today to start the discussion. Addressing the private lateral would add a step in cost to the property owner as part of the permitting process. This option could be very effective with the ongoing and anticipated redevelopment work expected within the county in the coming years. The last option in the handout is the find and fix option on page 5. This is when PCU inspects and takes corrective action to address private laterals in a targeted area. This option requires private property access and 3 variations to consider whether it's the county or property owner's responsibility for inspection and payment, or if PCU covers all of it. Now, one advantage is that it can be coupled with other county projects near the targeted area to significantly reduce I&I and SSOs in the system. The inspections and corrective actions can be done in phases, with the most critical areas targeted first. Most importantly, this is the option that will yield the greatest results that can be measured, since the work is targeted and performed in priority areas. Another advantage is that this option will provide an economic benefit to stimulate more jobs in the community for plumbers and contractors to do this work over several years. Also in your handouts are the draft ordinances prepared by the county attorney's office. These are all in draft format and subject to change, but it was helpful to initiate this effort so we can understand how to effectively update when the time is right to do so. Now, I mentioned the importance of public outreach. With us today is Maya Burke from the Tampa Bay Estuary Program. We intend on collaborating with this program, as well as using a local small business enterprise firm, the Valerian Group, to plan and execute our public outreach strategy for this policy. Now, I will turn it over to Maya.
Thank you. Welcome, Maya.
Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to share with you some of the findings of our social marketing campaign on private sanitary sewer laterals. This campaign is something that's part of our broader efforts to improve water quality in the Tampa Bay watershed. So the Tampa Bay Estuary Program and our partners are rolling out a social marketing campaign later this summer that will encourage homeowners to voluntarily repair or replace failing private sewer lateral lines. The campaign is jointly funded by the Estuary Program, the Pinellas Wastewater Stormwater Task Force, as well as through a grant from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Our campaign is informed by rigorous social science. It includes things like stakeholder interviews and homeowner focus groups. Today, I'm sharing with you some of the key behavioral insights from that research that we conducted. So the first thing to be aware of is that there is a core knowledge gap. Lateral sewer lines are often out of sight and out of mind, and visuals, like that video you saw earlier in the presentation, are really important for helping homeowners understand what a lateral sewer line is, where it's located, and that it's their responsibility to maintain it. Things like cost, disruption, and fear of the unknown are all barriers for voluntary lateral sewer line repair and replacement. Buying a home or facing a sewer backup are 2 critical entry points when homeowners are particularly more open to repair and replacement messaging. Professional intermediaries like home inspectors, plumbers, and sometimes realtors, can play an important role as trusted sources of messaging. And finally, one of the most important findings from our research is that those high-profile wastewater spills from 2015 and 2016 are still very much top of mind for Tampa Bay residents, which means that your communication needs to be very careful. Anything emphasizing homeowner responsibility for pollution from their lateral sewer lines has the potential to spark anger and pushback and can really sabotage your effectiveness and success in whatever approach that you select. So these findings are ones that can be complementary and particularly effective if you apply them strategically. So for example, rebates are a really important tool that can address and reduce those barriers associated with cost. And they can be highly motivating for homeowners, especially if you pair it with messages that are tailored towards emphasizing things like loss aversion or fear of unexpected expenses. The current campaign that the Estuary Program is heading up is focused on providing a greater sense of control, emphasizing the benefits of proactive measures during those triggering events, buying a home, for example. Really, we're working on simplifying the process, making the options for repair or replacement clear and easy in order to encourage as widespread of adoption as possible. We chose this approach because rebates aren't uniformly available throughout the watershed right now, nor are there these sort of regulatory policy options in place. So the desired behaviors are largely voluntary. So we're really trying to appeal to those aspects of the decision-making process for homeowners. I hope that these research findings are useful for you all as you're considering these policy options before you to address the community's wastewater infrastructure and continue your commitment to improving water quality in Tampa Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Amia? Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Of the gentleman. In some communities, the size of the sewer pipe was based on the original build out of that community. Because of potential increase in density, you have additional homes or businesses or whatever that are now built out in that community, but perhaps the stormwater sewer pipe replacement hasn't kept up with the construction of a particular community. That could have an impeding effect on the I&I issue or concern. Is that being taken into consideration for some of our older neighborhoods, like over in Old Northeast St. Pete, even though that's not Pinellas County, but I'm using that as an example. Sure. So let's say parts of Dunedin or Tarpon Springs.
So the question is, could there be possibilities where the current piping in place is not properly sized based on the work, the construction that's occurred in recent years?
Correct.
Okay, so we are, yes, that will be certainly a big component of this program is looking at the collection system from, all across the collection system, modeling the collection system, and identifying if there are any capacity limitations in any portions of the collection system. That would absolutely be part of this program.
Thank you. And just really quickly, I had a real good presentation from Chris and staff, and he was, they put up with all my questions and stuff, so I really do appreciate the information that they provided. It was very thorough, I thought.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Getting us all down the learning curve is important, so, yeah. Commissioner Gerard.
Yeah, I just, in terms of cost to the county, I guess, on paper, I think the find and fix thing makes the most sense in terms of getting it done, because the rest of it's just voluntary and it'll happen or it won't. But if we really want to do something about this, and we have to do something about this, what is the comparison in cost between having to expand the sewer system because it's reaching capacity and actually fixing these things on private property?
Sure, that's a good question. So basically, in these programs like this, it's always important to address the I&I at the source.
Right.
As you go downstream from the source, the infrastructure investment needed tends to go way up and become much more costly, especially at the treatment plants. So the goal of this program be to address, on the public side, the rehabilitation needed. If there's a capacity issue, that will be recommended. But we also need to take account to the INI contribution that we're anticipating on the private side and have a policy that allows that work to progress in some capacity. So,
I'm not
Commissioners,
sure I
also-
understand that answer, but.
I think you're going to see several strategies, and each area is going to be unique. So I've run into this where, we looked at trying to tighten up, for instance, the individual lines, but you could also do a capture because of the INI and then flow that back into the system at a dry weather time rather than trying to repair each line. But I think it's going to be a combination of a lot of different strategies. I think they're putting the options and the ideas on the table. But you know as well as I, when we add an additional inspection, you're going to get those calls from the Realtors
Right.
Association, or we're going to have to
Well,
think
exactly.
through. We're going to have to think through what strategies work best, and it's probably going to be a combination of several of these. But that's the reason we're kind of introducing the topic. But there's a lot here,
I
and a
know,
lot of
I know.
discussion we need to go through.
But what I'm not hearing is any kind of cost analysis.
Yeah, so
but-
let me just add a little more information. We've talked to some of the lining contractors that do work, for us, for lining. Per home to line each individual private side of the lateral would cost about $1,000 per home. Now, if you compare that to requiring the homeowner to initiate a repair, not part of a public project,
Right.
those costs will go up to anywhere, average $3,500 to up to, $8,000 potentially, depending on the damage. I mean, some of the damage could be so severe that, requires extensive access and so forth. But, so we think there can be some, cost avoidance by incorporating it with the public project, because, a lot of it is if we're doing work already, those mobilization, demobilization fees, those overhead costs, we're already going to be paying for. So really, would be incorporating that incremental cost. Now, how many homes times 1,000, becomes the question that we are going to need to study a little bit more to address. So we're going to be looking at the top critical areas, how many homes, and coming up with those cost estimates. So if we were to go forward with this option, we would bring all that back to the board in the form of, a project and be identifying those potential costs.
So that just makes the most sense to me in terms of impact. I mean, I think we could also, since we're looking at lines that are, 50 years old and or more,
Right.
that includes my house, we could also offer a rebate to those people that have homes that are that age, that are not that are outside.
Outside
the
those
area that
areas.
we're working in.
Absolutely. We can combine, some of these options together
Yeah.
to have maximum effect.
Yeah, okay.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you all for being here this morning, and Ms. Berg, thanks for your good work at the estuary program. The red dots on that map are what I find most interesting, where those hot spots are. From either evaluation of this or your previous places that you've done this, is that one house that's really bad, or is it a development that all used bad material that's either was bad material when it was built or is so aged now, the Orangeburg piping or any of those kind of things? Is it your experience, is it one house, is it a whole neighborhood because of the development?
Depending on the age of the neighborhood, you can typically anticipate more than one home. And then with the materials of construction that we know that have been utilized, over the past several decades, that's another major indicator of potential problems. So I think between those two situations, that kind of lends itself to some of the red dot areas that you're seeing for sure.
And so then my next question is, when we did our I&I study of our lines a couple years ago, I assume that's where it also led to those red dots. I mean, is that the information that led to the red dots on the map?
No, so the red dots are actual SSOs that occurred. The studies that we've done are actual flow monitoring. We've put flow meters into some of these pipes, and we've captured some of the flows during these rain events, whether or not they led to an SSO. So these dots are actual volumes of discharges from these individual SSOs over 9 years. And so the chart on the left represents by volume. So in other words, one SSO could discharge 100 gallons. Another SSO could discharge 100,000 gallons.
Gotcha.
So it's important to look at not only the number of occurrences of SSOs, but the volume, because that represents the consequence of each SSO can be far greater depending on the volume. And you'll also see that if you look year over year, there's some years where we don't have any SSOs due to inflow and infiltration. But then there's other years where we get some of these heavy rainfall, 8, 10 inches and above, it triggers significant SSOs. So that's what we're dealing with. And I think looking at it by cause, particularly also the mechanical electrical, that's a significant cause as well. And some of these generator improvements and backup power at lift stations will address those. A lot of those are from Irma. And so we're very susceptible to those power outages.
So we talked about when we're doing our projects out in the community as an opportunity to tie into residential. Is our target for our lining and our replacement, is it in those red dot areas or is it in the high areas that we're talking about?
It will likely be near those areas. So for that information, we will be relying more on that flow monitoring data that we have, because sometimes where the water is entering the system is not the same place where the water is exiting the system in an SSO. A lot of times these problems are upstream, but they flow downstream and then combine with other lines coming in, and then you reach a point where it inundates the capacity. So it's really important that some of these SSOs, while they're in the general area, may not be that area is a problem, but it's very likely upstream of that area, which the flow monitoring will target.
So I guess my next question would be, if we're targeting our worst spots in our system, wouldn't it, what I would think is that we would target those areas surrounding whatever is our worst case scenario, our worst area, whatever you want to call it, and then we go into the areas, the neighborhoods around that, and a hybrid, rebate, permit, voluntary fine fix, whatever you want to call it, all of those things, we're not going to do countywide in the first year anyway. That's just not going to happen. So if we target it by those neighborhoods that we're in anyway, and if it is a lining and a simple lining $1,000, then that's something that we can either partner with the resident or rebate, or if the rebates were going to be more than $1,000, we just pay, and then maybe we rebate ones where it is a replacement. But anyway, that's kind of what I'm looking at is, and I think you have some of those neighborhood by neighborhood successes then that you can go and sell to the next neighborhood and to get buy-in as far as, again, whether these projects are simple and aligning or whether it's a complete dig out and full replace, which can be thousands. The area we talked about was that some of these, when you have a full replacement, some of these, you can have $1 million home and the replacement is $1,500, and you can have a $50,000 home and it could be an $8,000 replacement. And that's where I'm getting concerned for our residents.
Right, thank you.
Commissioner Seal?
And Commissioner Justice, I think that's a good point, is, how you structure it for need-based rather than just unilateral. So I'm kind of like going to the mechanics of how sewer infrastructure was put into place. So your little diagram and video shows that it's one line, and part of it's on private and part of it's on public. So how are we assured that we have the proper line in the dirt that shows which side is private and which side is public? And that's question number one. And then question number two was, when these were put in, were they put in by us or were they put in by a plumbing contractor when they build a house? I'm trying to get my hands around that.
So in terms of identifying the demarcation between the public side and the private side, in most cases, it would be pretty simple to figure out where the right-of-way line is, and through surveying services, that can be established along every roadway, every neighborhood road. So then to answer your second question, a lot of these neighborhoods were put in, many decades ago. And typically, particularly in a neighborhood, which was the example in the animation, that would be put in by not a county contractor for sure. It would be the developer. So I think as time has gone on, there certainly would be homes that would be connecting to collection systems in the road that the county has installed. So it would be a blend over the last 50 or 70 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's really the same pipe. It's just that property line is what demarcates the property ownership, what they're responsible for versus what we're responsible for.
So on that case.
I just think that's really fraught with.
Well, in that case,
Carol.
the distance from the main line to the property line and from the property line to the home is 50/50?
Right.
It really depends on the size of
on
the
the
property and the
property.
location of the home on that property. I mean, it can be 20 feet, 30 feet,
Be hundreds of feet.
It just depends on where the property line is and where the connection to the home is. If it's set back on the property versus closer to the property line.
Some of our initial analysis is suggesting that it's about an average of about 40 feet, that the home is, the total lateral length is about 40 feet.
The total?
The total length.
And so it's split, you don't have any.
So whether it's 50/50 or 60/40, I
Okay.
think it just depends
Yeah.
on the width of the roadway. If it's in a neighborhood or if it's on a main street, that's a public right-of-way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Steele, did you have anything else? Commissioner Gerard, you had a question? Yeah, I'll come to you. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
So, as an example, we built our home that we're living in today 35 years ago. At the time, we were in county unincorporated. In the ensuing years, we have been annexed into the city of Seminole. So, because we were working hand in glove with the developer, we were the fifth home in that subdivision to be built. And if you all remember, the Pinellas Construction and Licensing Board some of you will remember back then, it would have been permitted in the end after they put that line in by a county inspector with the Construction Licensing Board, correct? So I guess I'm thinking about all the homes in Pinellas County that are 30-plus years old that were inspected by who knows.
Right.
And I worry about how different things are today under the different county regulations and all of that, and how on earth you begin to wrap your arms around what's fair and equitable countywide. I mean, it almost seems to me like neighborhood by neighborhood, you'd have to be considering some of those factors, would you not? Or am I not?
Yeah, so keep in mind that, our goal is not to fix every sewer lateral in our entire system right away. I mean, we have to fix enough to address the public interest, which is the sewer overflows. So getting into the areas, a big gap is the knowledge. We don't have an ability to inspect. So answering some of these questions can be difficult because we don't have that ability to inspect. We can't say what the condition is. I mean, you may have homes that are old, but they may have redone their plumbing last year and have a brand new sewer lateral. So it's hard to say right now that overall condition, but with this policy, it's going to take having an ability in some form or fashion for us to get in there and inspect, or for the homeowner to have it inspected, or something like that, so we can start addressing the issue.
So I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair. So based on what you just said, suppose there's a lot of folks who are buying homes and then tearing them down and rebuilding. And my question is, in the rebuild, let's pretend they're doing the bathroom and the whole thing, would the plumber, or I guess it would be the developer and the plumber in consort together, would they even be thinking, oh yeah, maybe we need to go beyond the home and think about the lateral? I mean, is that something that they would even have on their consciousness to be thinking about?
So it's a very good question.
Thank you,
So-
because it's immediate in my mind for a variety of reasons.
We've looked into that. So right now, as far as a requirement, Florida Building Code, the only thing that's required to be inspected is a brand-new sewer lateral. When it's installed, it gets inspected. Now, when, after that point in time, years later, I could tear down that home, put a whole new home there, as long as I'm connecting to the same lateral, then it's not required to be inspected at that point in time.
So therein seems to me is a major, major issue,
Yeah.
considering all of what's been going on in our county for the last 10, 15, 20 years. And maybe that's the beginning, because it seems to me, and I don't see him, maybe he's here, but that would be a good #1 priority for our legislative agenda next year, Barry, because those state building codes are governed by the state, are they not?
We'll be evaluating that as a potential option. I think also we can do some things here locally, because that permitting option would cover what you just mentioned. So one of those options would be, you know, if you're rebuilding a home or any kind of redevelopment or adding a bathroom, expanding the home, you have to come in for a permit. And so we could require, at that point in time, those laterals get inspected and repaired. So that would be a very good long-term viable option for all the redevelopment we're seeing.
Well,
throughout the county.
and an educational one for the people actually doing the work.
Yeah.
Commissioner Peters, excuse me, hold on.
Thank you. So out of all the recommendations that you have, I think the knocking the house down and rebuilding is low-hanging fruit. And new development comes in and builds a new, you know, they should knock down Seminole Mall and build all these new malls. That definitely should have been part of that. I think that's kind of low-hanging fruit, and I think it's easy to do. I think just the bathroom could be, I mean, I had to do a lot of plumbing in the last couple of years, and one plumber, I'll tell you, will really rake somebody over the coals and really not be ethical in what they're charging, where another plumber is. And so that can be problematic for some people, you know, especially if you're on limited income. So I think the knockdowns and the redevelopments are the low-hanging fruit. I think the find and fix is also, and the rebate are really good. I have issues with point of sale. That's one of the priorities that I don't know that I would support the point of sale. And I'm not even sure if it's just one bathroom that I think it would be the right one. But definitely the knockdown, the redevelopment, I think is low-hanging fruit, and we definitely should do it. I think the find and fix is aggressive, and we can go into areas and where we need to go. You know, I know Madeira Beach had a failing system when the county bought it from them, and based on the pictures there, it's still a failing system. And so the find and fix is really, I think, a really good thing. But the rebate, I think, is important because of those companies that really overcharge. When someone, you know, and when you're in a hurry and you got sewage backing up in your showers, you don't have time to go out and get 3 prices. And you're lucky if you can find somebody to come out that day. And so I think the rebate is also important. Whatever that's going to look like, I think is important, because there are some people that are taking advantage of people, no question about it. And if they can get some help in that, you know, even if they don't have someone being taken advantage of, if they can have a little help in that, I think is so those 3 I'm supporting, except on the permitting. I don't think I would go as far as just one bathroom. You know, somebody wants to stick an outside shower by the pool or something like that. I don't think that should warrant it. But I definitely think the knockdowns and the redevelopment, if you're looking for input, that's where I stand. But definitely not on the point of sale, not at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gerard?
Yeah, I think I agree. I think the realtors would be all over us if we tried to do that. I think if we want to do the tear down, or even, I think adding a bathroom is, you know, a good trigger point too. that we need to do something now before they preempt us from doing something like that. So if we want to do it, we should do it as soon as possible, because the legislature will get a hold of it and say, no, you can't do that. So, not to be snarky, but it's just, it sounds like one of those things they would want to jump on.
Yeah, and it's been interesting. There's been bills for the past couple of years going through to address private sewer laterals. So it does seem to be something that they're thinking about. But yeah, thank you for that feedback.
I mean, I think we can do that pretty easily. Like you said, it's low-hanging fruit, the tear down. And I can't believe they don't require that, the tear down of, gee whiz, an 80-year-old house and use the same lateral? That's crazy. Anyway.
Yeah, just had a
Again,
couple.
I think a combination of all those things makes sense, and if we want, I think we should be aggressive with the find and fix if we can.
Okay.
Because I think there's a fairness thing there too, that, you know, the voluntary thing will take way longer because there are not an awful lot of people that are going to pay $3,500 or $5,000 or whatever it's going to cost voluntarily unless there's something backing up in their shower.
Right.
You know, and even at that, I think it's going to be difficult with a rebate. I mean, even if we split the cost with them, that's going to be difficult for a lot of people.
Yeah, just to weigh in a little bit, I kind of agree that our find and fix, identifying some of our areas in our system that we're planning, where we're planning some work in conjunction with homeowners that are either in the area or even beyond the area. As you said, it's probably further upstream, but it gives us some opportunity if we've mobilized, again, to be able to hit some of those. And I'm not sure how you identify where you cut it off. Probably the further out you get, you probably have to cut it back to some degree. If the project costs $5 million and we want to allocate another $500,000, you know, 250,000, whatever it is, we can do so many homes. And I think to what Commissioner Peters said is that finding at the wrong time is when those, you know, the bad players out there take advantage of homeowners. So when we can do this in these areas that you've targeted, and you've targeted some, I'm hoping that our system improvements are close to some of these areas of problems so that we can kind of incorporate that. That would probably be the best way to do it. The only thing on the point of sale, and I agree, I don't want to get into it too far, there are other areas that realtors understand that if it's a home that's older than, I can't remember, I don't do residential real estate, but that's older than 1980, you have to have an asbestos survey, you know, for instance. So there might be a situation where homes that are over 40 years old or 50 years old that have, you know, that have a tendency to have certain types of product that breaks down, that there might be a requirement for an inspection at the point of sale. Because that's what happens. I mean, we've learned over time to incorporate different types of inspections based on age of home. That's the only piece that I might consider as well. The rebate programs and sharing the responsibility, I think, is part of it. If I'm living up in North County and you can save money, save me money by putting less money into the systems themselves, I'm talking about the plants, the real expensive areas, by helping out others who need it, I'm all for it. Even though it's not going to be on my property, it might be averting some major capital that I'm going to have to pay for anyway. So it'd be good to get those kinds of things going. So I think all these, we're saying a bunch of different pieces of this work, but I think trying to get an area, a major project identified, where we're going to do that and how we incorporate private improvements at the same time would be inspections for sure, but improvements too. I mean,
Okay.
Commissioner Flowers? Go ahead.
When I spoke to Chris and staff, I shared with them and we talked about the City of St. Pete's current lateral program, which is very similar to what we're talking about. They chose a very specific area, Maximum Moorings, where it was a high concentration of I&I. It's on a first come, first served basis, so they limited the scope. It is a temporary program, just to kind of see how many people will participate.
A pilot program?
Pilot program, thank you. Whew, I ain't have no coffee this morning. And, their rebate is, begins at like $800 for the inspection, and then up to $8,000 for any lateral line work. So I know when I was sharing with Chris, I didn't have specifics about it. I just talked about the program in general, but it seems like that would be somewhere along what they're talking about for find and fix type, but to maybe look at, and single-family homes, not condos or apartment complexes. So that's something to think about if we are going to maybe veer down that road, to start out and just see how extensive the problem is in the little red dot areas, and look at some financial parameters, just a thought.
Yeah, it sounds like two different paths. One is to do what you said, and the other is to see where we're doing our major capital and go the other way. And so there's probably going to be some of both that come forward as we do this, piecemealing it. You can't do it all at once. I mean, even the solar programs that are out there that are getting rebates, they stop them after so many. You can only do so many a year to get, the rebates. So we can't do them all at once, but I think, Commissioner George, you had another question.
Just one related to the point of sale. Is that something we can do locally too, like we would the, what was the other one we were talking about, the replacement?
The fix.
Tearing down a home.
Fix and find?
Oh, that's the permitting.
Find and fix.
Permitting,
Oh,
yeah.
Permitting.
Could we also do a point of sale thing for a house that's, say, whatever the cutoff might be for using those old kinds of pipes?
Could you repeat the question? Could we do
Yeah, I'm not sure
if
what
they
the
were
question
tearing
was.
down a home,
Is that
put a
something we
limit?
could- Well,
Based on the age of the pipe?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'd have to look at, obviously if somebody had just had a lateral installed, a year ago, making them inspect that and, might be a waste of time and money.
Right.
So we'd have to put some criteria around that. If we can, one idea would be, if we've inspected that lateral within the last X number of years, maybe 3 or 5, then you can avoid that requirement. Yeah.
Okay. But that is something we could do, I guess I'm asking a legal question, we could do by ordinance or whatever.
Yeah, and what you'll see is there are as was mentioned, the proposed ordinances attached for all the different options. I think if, my staff could work with Megan and her staff to identify like an appropriate cutoff that was linked to something and just not arbitrarily chosen. And it sounds like the material types that may have been used in certain certain decades for development, I think we could come up with reasonable criteria to establish, how old does the house have to be, and then certainly build in an exemption process for recently addressed laterals, because again, like Megan just referenced, it would be somewhat of a waste to put that burden on the homeowner if it was a 80-year-old house, but the lateral had just been attended to. I think that's definitely something we could put into place.
It just sounds to me like we want some of everything.
I wanted to offer that some of our in-depth stakeholder interviews were with real estate professionals. And so one of those findings was that sometimes realtors would be important trusted mediators, particularly when they're buyers agents. And so there are voluntary options rather than going through a more regulatory approach to do outreach with the realtor community, to talk about things like contract clauses that they could use, or those relationships with home inspectors about which types of materials for plumbing. So there are these voluntary outreach options that could be really effective, where you're not wading into some of the things that might be more contentious with respect to the point of sale, just for your consideration.
Yeah, it's, boy, there's a lot here, and it comes from the two sides. I think we're talking about doing it individually. We know the cost is going to be higher for that person. Even if we do a rebate to do the inspection and or the replacement, it's still going to be higher for us, right? If they're doing it piecemeal. And if we do it, as you said, the find and fix method, which is a little bit different, the cost to us to do the work will be a lot cheaper, obviously to the resident as well. So, those are the things that we're really going to have to look at. But I think one of the things that you mentioned was this whole knowledge. There's a gap in knowledge about what we're even talking about here this morning. Unless we've had that emergency at our home, we probably don't really know what we're even talking about. So, and I love the little, the thing at the beginning that you showed that kind of got me to completely understand, and that needs to be flooded. We need to get that out there. It's so oftentimes that our folks have no clue what we're even talking about doing. We think they do, but they don't. And this is a really big one that could really simplify, and they start asking questions about it, and saying, at the next cocktail, I'm going to talk to some, no, kidding. Commissioner Long.
Thank you.
Yes, and so, Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate, I think we've heard from several of the commissioners, or you've heard from several of the commissioners what our thoughts are and which area we're leaning towards. And it seems to me that given the conversations that we've had to this point, that I'd like to see you go back, put your heads together along with county. What? Why are you shaking your head?
Oh, I said, yeah, that's exactly it.
Oh, and then come back to us with a recommendation / solution to some of the things that we've already suggested we'd like to see, and then come back, because right now, as you know, we've asked some questions, we've had some conversations, and we're kind of all over the place trying to think of best practices. So rather than trying to figure out in detail what we do, maybe it's a combination of a few things, but come back and give us some further evaluation and recommendations. That would
Yeah, I
be
think
my-
we have, I think we've talked about the two approaches from different ends. One from, fixing a system, fixing our system, fixing a plant, fixing an area that's got problems, and then at that very time, reaching out to the community. And that presents some real saving alternatives for us, the systems improvements it saves, and also to our residents. And then on the other end, there might be some real areas that we're not going to get to with those improvements that we're just talking, fine and fixing the big system, that we can develop another system that maybe talks about mobilizing a team, a group, something where we're going into an area that we may not get the same savings that we do on this one scenario where we're doing this, but we're going to have somebody in the area so that we can get a cost savings, maybe not that big, but certainly a lot less than if they're doing it on their own. And I think there are ways that we can probably do that to really encourage a community or 5 square blocks of an area that we know is a problem because of the age of the homes, because of the problems that you've identified, that we can do it kind of a hybrid between the two. That this may be more. So I think hearing from both ends is probably programs that address both sides would be a good thing.
Yeah, and to that point, Mr. Chair, wanted to just propose an idea and get your thoughts on it. It's something that the City of St. Pete did with their program, which was to develop a list of pre-qualified contractors and licensed plumbers and set some of those rates and fees that we can do in advance to avoid, I think, some of the things that were mentioned with, maybe getting a higher than average cost depending on the vendor selected. So I wanted to put that out there and get some feedback. It's not something that we do now, but it could be something that when we go into those other areas, we can say, hey, we have a list of pre-qualified contractors that we've, selected. You can always select your own, but that could help establish some of those prices.
Hit your microphone there. Oh.
I'm sorry, I was saying that was interesting because I sent the list to my administrative assistant, asked her to send it to my colleagues because it's their list of inspectors and plumbers. And said, please check with Jewel. I'm not sure if we get in any legal trouble by doing this.
Well, I mean, inspectors and plumbers that have set a price.
Right.
But we're not sure, they may not do a really good job, but they're going to set a price. So I think we have to be careful what when we have that qualified list, what that means.
Yeah, it says pre-qualified. Their list says
Pre-qualified list,
qualified.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
Is it just price pre-qualified, or is it? So
It
I
would
think we
be
have to
selecting a number of particular vendors and those prices and providing that list available to customers.
But we
to-
also have to be careful
Yeah.
in terms of the strategy, because if we're trying to do, come in and solve the issue versus putting it on the private side, you could have a combination of types of programs you do with that. But I mean, I think that was it. The idea today, this is a big topic. There's a lot to do here. We wanted to get some feedback and reaction to some of the different areas and thoughts. And from that, staff will go back, look at, some of these programs, things that we could go ahead and do, and things that we may need to bring back to you with specific strategies after they do further analysis.
Yeah.
Are you going to come back to us later with recommendations on septic tanks and what do we do with those?
Yes, we will. We're working right now on developing that program and establishing criteria, such as cost and environmental improvements and effectiveness. So we will be bringing that program back to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just wondered.
Okay.
Well, I think you've gotten at least some feedback to get this started. I think we all recognize the importance of it, and thank you for both of you for being here today. I think it's really important and some of that feedback that you're finding out is so critically important that we're not doing this in a vacuum. We're trying to do it in conjunction with our residents and their appetite and what they can handle and what they can't handle and when they can handle it, and so I think it's good stuff. So. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going on to Lellman Exchange Strategic Plan Update.
And Chris Moore's back. And he's coming to the podium and just provide an overview of the Lellman Strategic Plan and what they've been working on. This kind of feeds off of what we discussed last week last month with the specific unincorporated areas.
So, hey, Chris, are you talking to us as the CRA or as the Board of County Commissioners? Which one? Or both?
Both today.
Okay.
The County Commission is fine. But good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, County Attorney, Mr. County Administrator. We appreciate your time here this morning. My name is Chris Moore. I'm the Assistant to the County Administrator for the Lellman community. I'm here to update you, as we said, on the strategic planning process for the Lellman Exchange. The consultant leading this effort was the St. Petersburg Group. I'm joined this morning here by their engagement director, Amy Cianci. I want to thank Amy for her effort on this project and creating this slide deck, which was presented to our CRA Advisory Committee already. So we really appreciate that effort and wanted to take a moment here at the beginning as we start out to just talk to you a little bit about the process we went through and how we came to the conclusions that we did. So we mentioned the St. Petersburg Group. They're a consulting firm comprised, I would say, largely of senior level business executives that are engaged in the philanthropic community and very much interested in amplifying sort of the missions and best ideas that nonprofits have to bring about change. And so we worked most closely with Irv Cohen, who is a partner at the firm. He's a 30-year Wall Street executive with firms such as J.P. Morgan. He led the relocation of, I believe, 2,100 employees from New York and many other endeavors for other large firms as well. He's also the chairman of the board for the local chapter of the Social Venture Partners, and that's an international network of philanthropists that has a mission to bring donors, nonprofits, and social enterprise to make greater collective impact. I'd say the uniqueness of the St. Petersburg Group really added value to a strategic planning process like this. For example, they were able to help structure our core planning team that went through the strategic planning exercises. They were able to bring a gentleman by the name of Dr. Jesse Coraggio with the Community Foundation of Tampa Bay to help participate. 4 other SVPs or members of the Social Venture Partner Network with expertise ranging from 30 years in human resources in the public sector to, careers in sales and marketing in the private sector. I think that really added value to the discussion and so on. They were joined by ACA Tom Almonte on our staff, Kim Cercello, our star manager, and a very big thank you to Kim for her support on this project and at the exchange along the way. Also support from Barbara Hernandez and Josh Boatwright and Aurelis for their participation. And finally, Steve Cleveland with the Florida Dream Center. You know the great work that they do. He represented the community on this panel, and always a pleasure to have his leadership, and I think he did impact this effort. And we did extensive public outreach. So we started off with a town hall, or excuse me, Amy interviewed, I think, over 52 people, I believe, throughout the community. We had a town hall. We eventually combined the final town hall with a CRA meeting, and pleased to say that we got good input along the way. So with that, just get into what we learned. Really want to try to keep it pretty simple here today. The core finding of this effort really is that we want to engage in a collective impact model that leverages both the strengths of our existing partners and as well as recruiting new partners to fill unmet needs. And so you'll hear more about the collective impact model as we move along here today. But essentially, it's an opportunity to tackle some of the most complex social issues we have in a structured, intentional collaboration across a multitude of sectors. And this presentation follows the flow of the strategic planning report, just goes through those 4 phases. The first one was a needs assessment and feasibility plan. This was really all about data collection. As you'll find in the report, there's extensive data on the community. Some of the other efforts to highlight here, good outreach to, we took a field trip to the university area CDC over in Tampa. They have a similar model, I think, to what we're doing in Lellman in the sense that they have redevelopment goals, but they also manage a large community center facility. So I think that was a valuable exercise. We interviewed the first HUD Envision Center certified program that you'll hear more about the HUD program here later, but it's called the Durfee Innovation Society in Detroit that has a similar collective impact model, and spent time speaking with those folks, and really an enriching, rewarding research exercise throughout the effort. This is really what the research came to. This is a list of the top needs that the community feels ranked in order of importance. So you see there, as we somewhat expected, focused on community center, recreation center activity, neighborhood family activities. So consistent along the way with what our CRA plan, redevelopment plan calls for. It's great to get some good validation again from the community and hear exactly what they're looking for at this facility. Phase 2 is really got into the mission, vision, and goals. The mission statement that we came up with, as you can see here, celebrating Lellman pride and increasing opportunity through partnerships and programs focused on economic empowerment, educational advancement, health and wellness, character and leadership, and community connectivity. Obviously in the mission statement, you want to use intentional words there. Lellman pride was a topic that came up, not like other low-income communities. Sometimes there can be a negative stigma if you're from a certain school and so on. We really want to pivot on that directly and develop Lellman pride, and we think we can do that at the Lellman Exchange. The big bucket categories, I mentioned this HUD Envision Center program. Essentially, that was a program created under Secretary Carson at HUD that essentially looks to, HUD is promoting efforts at community centers in low-income areas where they're investing in affordable housing, seeking to bring together federal, state, local, nonprofit, faith-based organizations in community centers in these low-income areas built around those first 4 pillars: economic empowerment, educational advancement, health and wellness, and character and leadership. So essentially a multitude of partners plugging into programmatic areas under those categories, and we added community connectivity. It was an important one that we felt. We heard a lot of feedback from the community, really a desire to have a gathering place, just a place to frankly come have fun, to celebrate family fun activities and so on, and really promote that neighborhood connectedness and sense of place. Just touch on some aspirations that came about through. This is a condensed list from the plan, I would say, but first and foremost, we want everybody to feel welcome. That includes anybody in Lellman, surrounding communities. This is a place where people are welcome and hopefully will be able to improve their quality of life. The Loan Exchange serving as a single point of entry. We want to make it as easy as possible for folks to be able to access the services that they need, connecting them to both partners that may be at the facility, but we can't do everything at the Loan Exchange, and so we need to be able to connect them to partners outside of the facility at times as well. But having that single point of entry of one place where they can go and get those services and that support is a core mission here. And finally, an overarching theme there, a measured, data-driven approach. I think collective impact really speaks to that. The continuous improvement model, much of which the work the county administrator has already done. We want to build here with the county. We want to build a culture of continuous improvement. Focusing on the things that enhance the most value and reducing waste and inefficiency as much as possible. And we think that data-driven approach is really critical, because we do want this to be something that can be replicated in other areas. And the opportunity to bring folks together, you've got to have that common data platform to communicate both with your partners, your community, this commission, and so on. Loan Exchange goals. First and foremost up here, the developing an organizational management structure, I think will be critical over time. Like to see us be able to begin to develop some type of a leadership advisory board that has some input on programming. A diverse representation of public and private partners, I think, would be a key to that. Defining the tenant model characteristics, so really honing in on what are the exact characteristics that we want to see in our partners. And one way for me to describe that, where we've landed so far, the Loan Exchange really needs to be about strengthening our existing community partners and really enhancing their operations and their capacity, those folks that are already doing the work in the community, and also balancing that with filling unmet needs with additional partners as well. But those are the basic criteria, and we look forward to ways that we can enhance the programming that our partners are already offering. Phase 3 was the programming plan, and this is where we will get into talking a little bit about collective impact. Here's a quote here. The problem of hunger is not solved by the local food bank. It's solved by the local school system, the distribution network, career development organizations, et cetera. Ultimately covering all aspects so that individuals, if they need drug counseling or what have you, that we find a way to serve their needs. The solution there, again, is collective impact. More than just collaboration, it's an intentional, data-driven approach, uniting multiple sectors and service providers together. A way to...
Hey, Chris, just
yes,
one
sir.
second. Just going back to your first two parts here, Phase 1, Phase 2, I did want to make sure that we catch questions along the way. I think sometimes if we wait till the end, we kind of lose. Any questions on the needs assessment? Seem to be a broad types of projects and services mixture. Did you get a sense of when you were doing that, like one over the other, or did you feel a lot of those things bubbling up, in that needs assessment?
This is a prioritized list, and Amy could answer more at the end about specific efforts, but these are in ranking order the needs that were discovered throughout the process. Again, this is consistent with previous efforts we've done. I don't know that any of them over exceeded others in any substantial way. As you said, it's a broad list, and certainly a lot of opportunities for us to fill those needs.
Yeah, I think they are quite varied. So I mean, it's great to see. Anything else from anybody on Phase 1 or Phase 2 on mission, vision, goals? And okay, didn't mean to stop you. Just want to make sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. And the community services program. So. Again, we'll talk now a little bit more about collective impact. This is a slide to visually represent it, and this is based on the collective impact model itself originated, I believe, from a Stanford report that came out that calls for 5 conditions that really call for it, and this articulates that in many ways. One key one there being a common agenda. Even when you have organizations working on the same issue, they may define it slightly different. They may have slightly different operations or programs to address that issue. It's important that we, through communication and data-driven process, that we're on the same page. We understand who's responsible for what, and that's a core aspect of collective impact, is to have that shared common agenda. Continuous communication, key there. Again, that data, the data is the key for that. Communicating back to residents, commission, et cetera. Mutually reinforcing activities and aligned mission. So really, how do we bring these complex organizations together in one facility to better serve our residents? This is another visual diagram of, I would say, the mission statement. If you have here, you see the 5 categories there that we mentioned, with the Lellman Exchange at the center of the hub. The red item there, the needs navigator, I think that's an important part to reference. So part of the planning process, we've identified different positions we think would be needed. The needs navigator, I think, rises to the top, and consistent with the research we did, the Durfee Innovation Society I mentioned, one point of contact that is essentially triaging the resident that comes in, understanding what's going on in their life, what different areas they need assistance with, and essentially plugging them into the system in a way that they don't get lost track of, right? That we're monitoring their progress throughout, making sure that they're getting the care that they need. And phase 4. Really monitoring impact and logistical analysis is, there's more to this in the report. Again, the overarching key recommendation is to procure a third-party management of the Lellman Exchange facility with the specific role of being the backbone organization, if you will, in the collective impact model. One thing at the end to be sure to include here now, we would like to proceed with an RFP to source this service provider, and we would like to, at that point, come back to you in August when I come back for presenting the next work plan. We'll have a better idea on cost and so on to be able to inform you more about that aspect. The programming timeline, you can see here in year 1, essentially hone in on that management structure, create a leadership advisory group, procure the service provider. Year 2, we begin to track year-over-year data. Where are we doing well? Where do we need to improve? And over year 3, over time, we build out more and more, I would say, the responsibility of the managed service provider to take on management of the facility. These are many of the partners already doing work in the community and at the facility. Always want to give a big thank you to those individuals. And with that, I can turn it over to any questions you have, and particularly, again, to see if there's general consensus on the path we're headed at this stage. Again, strategic plans are usually the higher level analysis. We do need to get more into a business planning phase and the concrete details on costs and so on. We think that'll come through an RFP process. But I'll pause there to see if there's any questions about that or the plan itself.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chris, and your team for getting us to where we are today. I think what you just said was the best part of getting us to concrete planning and targeting. That is a continual concern of mine, that, and it's mentioned in the strategic plan that Lellman has been surveyed and studied multiple times over the last several decades, and we've just got to get to a point where we're starting to deliver. And I like the 3-year plan, but we just got to have those tangible results, the low-hanging fruit, as well as the big picture. Because I don't want to be over dramatic, but I think this is our last, chance in this plan that we've got at the Exchange and the CRA, and to really turn Lellman around completely. But what I did come around was interested is in the strategic plan, and there's a needs page in there that is really interesting because I think sometimes as you hear, you get that negative impact or that negative stigma of a community or a neighborhood. And then I looked at those percentages of, whether it's homelessness or disabilities and it wasn't like Lellman is 80% and the Pinellas is 20%. It was just a few percentage points off on almost every single category. So it just tells me that the opportunity to get over the hump on so many of these issues is right there for us. And so I'm anxious and I'm impatient in a good way, I think. So, but I appreciate your good work.
Commissioner
Thank you,
Seal?
Commissioner.
Commissioner Seal?
Thank you. It was an interesting report. And just a couple of observations. Our last agenda, the Accelerated Teaching Center was late in their rent, and we forgave some of their rent. Are we having a policy for the center in general? Because that is a little bit problematic.
Yeah, I know our real estate management division has addressed that issue with ETC, and they are monitoring that more closely now.
Okay. And do we have any idea how much a cost would be to contract with a 501c3 provider to do the navigation, the marketing, the grants, and the management? And are we pricing that versus us doing it?
Correct. And so I mentioned the Community Foundation of Tampa Bay participating in this effort. Marlene Spalton, their executive director or CEO, has been engaged in discussion. There's some interest coming from them in participating in this, perhaps, and funding that position. But to answer your question directly, we absolutely will be aggressive in seeking a mix of public and private sources to manage the facility so that we don't incur all those costs ourselves. Don't have, without going through an RFP process and really honing in the exact costs. But that's something before, we'll bring to you in August.
Okay. And finally, I noticed one of the ideas was having a poker tournament, which I think is illegal. Thank you.
Commissioner Peters?
I was just curious if the Dream Center has found a home yet?
I'm sorry?
Has the Dream Center found a home yet?
I don't believe they've found a permanent location yet. I do think that there are opportunities at the exchange to support their. It would be wonderful to have their support here at the facility, and that's consistent with the research we found along the way. The Durfee Innovation Society, the best marketing program they have is basically the Adopt a Block program that the Dream Center is currently implementing. So I think good opportunities to work with them in the future.
Okay, and when are they supposed to be out of that building?
I'd have to get back to you on the exact timeline of that. I want to say toward October or November of this year is when activity at the with the redevelopment of that facility is slated.
And Commissioner, we have been working with Steve. As a matter of fact, I personally have meeting with him every other week as we are planning the transition. Initially, the initial timeline that the developer provided, it was by the end of this year. Now that they're going through the finance, that timeline has been extended, and we have a more clear timeline that will be towards the end of next year. So we have we have more time, but just know that we take this transition seriously, and whether they find a new home within Leoman or outside of that community, as Chris mentioned, the exchange can serve as a satellite location. One of the things that they are moving into as the Dream Center is to be more regional than just in Leoman. They have a satellite location in Tarpon, and other communities are inquiring about having those services, key services that they provide in their community. So if they transition outside of the community, Leoman, there will be a presence at the exchange. But we're working closely with them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and again, I think one of the things that I've struggled with a little bit, and it's not a major issue by any stretch, is the role of the CRA. I feel like the CRA AC and staff are working pretty hard, and the BOCC is a different group, but we as a group have a responsibility as a CRA, and I think having a better sense of the mix between projects that you are identifying and services. The old CRAs, it was all project oriented and a little, and ongoing maintenance. But we've with this CRA and I think the St. Pete Southside CRA, we've interjected a lot more services that we're trying to bring to the area too. So the more we, I think, get engaged in that, I think the better. And I'm not quite sure what that looks like. Either it's monthly, quarterly, or what. But I do think for me to have a better feel for what's going on there without living and being there would be helpful. And then just a sense of, I guess we'll be getting it in the budget process, that where we are on TIF this year and next year, how much of it we're using, how much of it it's kind of being set aside for projects and that kind of thing. I'm assuming that's coming in the budget.
Correct,
period.
and that's when we think coming back in August when we would be presenting the budget information, a discussion on the work plan, if there's consensus to proceed with the RFP, hopefully have a better idea, at least through the negotiation process that would occur on what those costs might be. We have had discussions with the county attorney's office on how the exchange can be supported by the CRA. There are different opportunities. In some ways, the countywide TIF, I believe there's an availability to improve the facility from an infrastructure perspective, much like you would improvements at Neary Park. Improvements to the Lellman Exchange facility. If they're improving programs, we're not talking about replacing the roof or putting in a new water heater, but if there are ways that we can, enhance the gym floor, the stage area, other amenities, those are opportunities on the countywide side. There's a little more gray area on the MSTU, the local portion of the TIF, but we're exploring that option as well, and we think that there could be some opportunity there.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? Barry, did you have anything?
No, I know you're looking for some concrete plans, Commissioner, and Chris is working on those. We really have to have funding sources to go along with them. So he certainly has community support. He has the advisory support, and now we got to make sure that the funding pieces that we have is consistent with other larger programs and don't conflict. So we didn't present those today. But I assure you that they're in the works, and he's looking for funding sources to be able to bring programs to you as the CRA come August for your approval.
Okay. Yeah, I just, I hear Commissioner Justice impatience, and I just think it's important that we all continue to develop that feel for that community, and I'm not liking the comment that we're not. This is our last chance or something, and I'm not quite sure what that means. And so maybe you could elaborate on that. I feel like we're moving in the direction, but I want to make sure there's a gap in understanding, that there's not a gap in understanding with the CRA and what's happening on the ground. They should be in sync. So, yeah, Commissioner.
Yeah, again, like I said, I didn't mean to over-dramatize it. I just, reading through the strategic plan, and there's a lot of strategic plans that have been done in Lellman over the last 30, 40, how many ever years. And a lot of them are set on shelves without progress. And I'm not saying that's what's happening here by any stretch of the imagination, so please don't misinterpret that. I just, believe me, the community that I've talked to, the members of Lellman that I've talked to, have so much faith in Chris and the connections that he's made, the relationships that he's built. Maybe it's just me. And again, I'm impatient, and I think in the best way. I'm not impatient in that we're not doing things. I'm impatient because I'm excited about what we can do, what I see, what we want to do, and I just want to get moving. That's where I'm at. So please don't take it as a negative thing. I want to get a shovel and let's start, and that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Commissioner, you're not the only one. We're impatient as well, but I do think, to Commissioner Egger's point, we are moving forward now. We are seeing a lot of traction. Our CRA projects are coming to fruition. I think we're well positioned with a plan like this. We've already got a lot of interest in providers that I think would want to apply for through the RFP process. We are bringing good programs on. We have AmSkills is at the facility right now this week. Tomorrow, there'll be the final day of that programming. We'll send you some information on that, but we'll have folks even from, I heard, Lockheed Martin's aeronautical division there at the facility providing job training for those folks there. Had good conversations with Feeding Tampa Bay. You know, Thomas Mance presented to you all recently. And they're actually opening an empowerment center just down the road from the Lellman Exchange on 54th Avenue. And their effort sounds entirely exactly like this. It's based on a collective impact model as well, and so we see that as I think, quite frankly, too good to be true. I mean, to have a partner like that embarking on some work. We've talked about replicability. No better opportunity than perhaps a partner just down the road to begin that work. So,
yeah. Well, thank you. I agree with Commissioner Justice. Thank you for the work that's going on, and it's really a big deal. And I think the more that we hear about it, so that we can all talk about it together, the better. So don't think you're coming to us too often.
Yes,
I think on the other side, I would say we're not hearing enough of that ongoing excitement that the advisory committee and staff are feeling and doing. So just, you know, even if it's 10 minutes, you know, sometimes it's good to hear from you guys.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions for Chris? Great job, Chris.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yeah. The food's here, so we'll take maybe a few minutes here. Grab a working lunch, yes? Or do you want to, working lunch? Okay. But if you need to get up and do some things too, that's fine. But we'll start back our working lunch at, say, 12 o'clock, so it gives you about 12 minutes to get your food, make a few phone calls, and we'll get back to work while eating at noon. All right? Thanks. go ahead and get started with our fourth item, which is the new FEMA flood maps and some floodplain management policies. So come on up and get us started, Kelly.
Well, thank you. And so we're going to switch gears a little bit, but this topic does influence a lot of the issues going on with our sanitary sewer system. So in many ways, it is complementary. So we have two presentations for you this afternoon. One is an update on our county-wide vulnerability assessment of critical infrastructure. This project was paid for by the Restore Act. It was one of our first projects that we funded through the multi-year implementation plan. So Paul Macelis is with us from Land and Water Engineering Science. Paul actually used to be a county employee, and I keep telling him I'm still mad at him for leaving, but he didn't go very far. And because he was our project manager and this project is wrapping up, I asked him to stay with us a little while longer so that we can finalize this study and move forward. So with that, I will ask Paul to give you an update.
Welcome. Good to have you here.
Thanks for having me. Thanks, Kelly, for the intro. Like you said, I am Paul Macelis with Land and Water. Sorry, Kelly, you're a little shorter.
Now you've made her mad twice.
Yeah, she's still mad. But anyway, as you all know, Pinellas County is a coastal county. We have many low-lying areas, and they're all susceptible to flooding. But being resilient includes acknowledging these risks and developing strategies for the future. Blue sky flooding is one of the things that we're seeing today, and it's happening more and more frequently. This is an example from St. Pete Beach, and basically it's flooding that happens without a rainfall event. Basically, in this case, we have the low-lying areas where the flooding is coming back in reverse through the stormwater system and out into the street. Now, at present, it's more of kind of a disrupting thing rather than a damaging thing, but it's looking like it's going to get more severe over time. Now, as Kelly mentioned, we have this vulnerability assessment, sea level rise and storm surge vulnerability assessment going on. And it's countywide, goes all the way from Tarpon Springs down to Tierra Verde, so it covers the entire county. And we're looking at basically 6 asset families: transportation, stormwater, wastewater, water supply, natural gas, and electricity. And in this case, this is up in Tarpon Springs, where we have a wastewater manhole in the middle of that intersection. And what could happen is if that wastewater manhole is not sealed, this salt water could get into that. And like in the previous presentation, it could generate some SSOs or contribute to it. And it might even alter the, salt water entering this wastewater system might alter the treatment chemistry. But it's easily fixed in this case. You can drop in something called a rain tray, and basically it seals up that manhole so it prevents the water from infiltrating into the system. Or inflowing, sorry, not infiltration. But anyway, with this project, it was done in 4 phases. The first 2 phases, data collection and the vulnerability assessment or the analysis, are complete. The next 2 phases, the adaptation assessment is in progress, and the reporting that goes along with that. Now, these are some of the exposure factors that we have. The sea level rise projections are based on the NOAA data and basically adopted by the Tampa Bay Climate Science Advisory Panel. And we're using these 3 curves here to assess the sea level rise risk to our assets. And the red lines are basically time horizons that we're working with. 2018 is about when the study started, so that's our baseline condition. That's our current condition. 2040, 2070. And if you look back historically, we've had about 7.8 inches of sea level rise at the St. Pete gauge since 1946, so it's happening. And then this would be an extrapolation of that sea level rise curve. This is a photo in St. Pete, Maya. She took the photo. It's across from the NOAA station, or the NOAA office there, and the YMCA is on the opposite. Salvation Army facility is there on the corner. So it's happening there. And the way to think about it, though, in terms of these time horizons, think about it in terms of the lifespan of physical assets. So if you have a pump station, it's going to last about 30 years. So that would put it at about the 2050 timeframe. A stormwater system, maybe 30 to 50-year lifespan on that. That puts you out at 2070. Bridges, for example, about 50 years also, maybe a little longer, puts you out at that 2070 timeframe. But we can't forget about the homeowner's perspective either. So, they get a house, they buy it with a 15 or a 30-year mortgage, and that puts you out at like the 2040, 2050 range, and then the house will be lasting, maybe 75 years. So, there's various ways of looking at the projections and how you want to design to them. In order to quantify the risk, the exposure, we did it in terms of tidal flooding duration and also the depth of flooding. So basically we have the mean high tide, and we ranked it all the way up to what's commonly known as the king tide. So you get the king tide maybe once or twice a year, somewhere in that October, November time frame. And that's what the media calls it, is a king tide. I mean, NOAA's calling it a high tide flooding event, but it's basically the same thing. But that would be kind of representative of our worst case scenario. These are some of the results. The yellow is the present day king tide flooding that we see, and the red is kind of superimposed on top of that. And we have the sea level rise with the high flood scenario for 2040. And that the zoom in there, you can see the gateway area. There's a lot more areas impacted by just the sea level rise scenario. The Barrier Island situation in 2040 looks kind of like this, and this is a common situation for the entire Barrier Island chain. The yellow areas are what you might expect to see flooded in 2040, like twice a day, every day. And then the purple areas are associated more with the king tide flooding. So that would happen the once or twice a year type of thing. This has no storm surge associated with it, the way it's mapped right here. But you got a lot of streets that are flooded in some yards, and the water's coming right up to the homes for the king tide situation. When we did the storm surge analysis, we took sea level rise, and then we superimposed the storm surge on top of that. So we ended up with a higher storm surge than you would without the sea level rise condition. And that's represented in these red areas, the future scenario. And you can see it does extend quite a bit further inland than what the current sea level rise, the current flood, 100-year flood without sea level rise. One thing I need to mention here, the modeling for the storm surge was done by the University of Florida, and it was checked by the consultant, WSP, that did the sea level rise study. It's a pretty robust analysis. It includes a lot of the up-to-date storm history. It includes 3D modeling techniques and recent LiDAR topography that was flown in 2017. This could be used for establishing the base flood elevations for construction purposes, and Lisa Foster, who'll come up after me, will go into detail about that. This is supposed to have some beautiful transitions, but anyway. What I wanted to do here was kind of hang on. Okay, what I wanted to do here was kind of explain Tropical Storm Eta in the absence of the slide. You can't really see it. But if you think about that one where we saw in Reddington Beach, it looks kind of like that. I lived through this storm on this Barrier Island in this place. Tropical Storm Eta came through on Veterans Day through the middle of the night, and it generated not much of a rainfall event. We had 6 to 8 inches across the county. It came out to be like a 10-year storm event. So you hear that 10-year storm term, that's what it was. Not that big of a deal. But it had about a 3 to 4 foot storm surge, a little bit higher on the bay side than it did on the Gulf side, and it created a lot of flooding. And this, if you think about it, this is the same level of flooding that we might expect during king tide with the high sea level rise scenario in 2040. That's kind of like the, the worst case scenario, just piling them on and on and on. But if you look at it, if we end up with a lower sea level rise projection, it might take us out to 2070 or so before we see this level of flooding. And these are just some examples that you can see from, Safety Harbor, Treasure Island, and St. Pete Beach. So the next step with this vulnerability assessment is to basically rank what we see out there. We've got the assets already identified that are vulnerable. We generate these depth damage curves, which basically tells us, how deep the water gets, how impacted, it relates how deep the water gets to how impacted the structure might be. So it could be, a house, and it gets to a certain depth, and the more expensive it gets up to a certain point. And after that, the house is pretty close to totaled. And then with that knowledge in place, we can start generating some adaptation strategies. And in this case, Bel Air Beach, those little red dots are stormwater outfalls, and Bel Air Beach is strategically going through and installing these tidal check valves. It'll allow the stormwater to flow out into the bay, but it'll prevent the bay water from coming back in. Other adaptation approaches would be to increase the seawall height, or you could elevate the buildings, or bring in fill pads to get above that flood elevation. These are just some ideas on how to do that. Now, check valves have a limitation. If that water exceeds the sea level, the seawall elevation, it'll flow over the top of that seawall and up into the neighborhood. And this is what happened in Twin City Mobile Home Park. It was flooded during Tropical Storm Eta. Check valves won't work here because of that overland flow situation. It's not a livable situation, being constantly flooded over and over and over again. So the strategies in this case might be to install a seawall. So the question becomes, how high does it go? Do you elevate the structures? How much freeboard do you need between the projected water level and the base of the structure? And do we retreat? Where to, and how far do we go? But if you think about Pinellas County being virtually built out, it's going to be difficult to relocate things like this. But it's a legitimate adaptation strategy. PIE and the Largo water treatment plant down there on the bottom left-hand corner. Those are right next to tidal water bodies. The Largo wastewater treatment plant, they're expected to see something around 2040. So one of the adaptation strategies might be to, you could flood-proof the buildings, for example. And then the PIE runways are starting to see some impact perhaps in 2070. But in the near term, what we have, if you think about PIE's drainage network, right now it's done through a lot of ditches and straight out to the bay. So that water is coming up, backflowing into the ditches, and it's creating a lot of standing water on the airfield, which is a hazard. It's a bird attractant and so forth. And then you also have the mangroves migrating further inland as well with that sea level rise. But, in this case, maybe you might want to modify air traffic schedules just to, fly out after the high tide passes. These are things that we're going to have to think about. But there's a lot of water out there right now, and there's more coming. So I'll open it up at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What, if any, is the impact for, I think they call them backflow units that they can put in when there is tidal flooding, like in Snail Isle and Venetian Isle and other places that are very low to begin with, or like man-made islands. What's the impact of utilizing those in addition to the valve checkpoints that you've already indicated that Treasure Island and others are putting in? Because those are supposed to push the water right back out, but in a severe storm event, you could push as much water as you want out. It's coming back. So
Right. So it'd be like a check valve just on a bigger scale is what you're thinking about.
Okay.
Is that what you mean? Yeah. That's a legitimate adaptation strategy. Obviously, if you have a bigger structure, you'd need a bigger body of water. You could do that maybe on Cross Bayou, for example. Okay. But you need something on both ends because it goes out to Boca Ciega on one side and Tampa Bay on the other by PIE. You look at what are those? The giant version of that on the Thames River in London. It's like a massive example of basically a storm surge protector thing. They installed something similar in Venice, Italy. But these are massive, multi-million-dollar, mega-million-dollar projects. I don't think we'd need anything on that scale here. But I think, the tidal check valves with that, you could buy a lot of time with those.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I know down in Miami that they actually bonded and provided some money to be able to start building up, in anticipation of the blue sky flooding that they're already having. Do you think that this is something that we're going to be able to look at ourselves or out of necessity?
Yes. I think the short answer is yes. In the Miami Beach example, they looked at, they ended up implementing some areas where they basically elevated the roads. The downside of that, though, is that the structures next to the road are still down lower.
Right.
But at least the public infrastructure is up and out of the way. And I think there's going to be a combination of, public and private actions that need to happen in order to protect all these assets. Like I said, the homeowner's perspective, we still have to acknowledge that. And it could be as simply as, when you rebuild the house, install a new wastewater system and all that, you could elevate the structure up and based on the curves. And what curve you end up choosing is going to depend on the asset that you're looking at. So if you have like a smaller asset that doesn't cost a whole lot, $50,000, $100,000, maybe you could work with a lower sea level rise projection. But if you're building a $300,000 or $300 million wastewater treatment plant, you might want to work on the higher curve and flood-proof that thing for the upper limit.
Thank you.
Commissioner Peters?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I think this is for Kelly. So how many rain trays do we currently have in the county in our manholes?
Sorry.
I have a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Rain trays, those wastewater manhole inserts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's a question for utilities.
Yeah, I'd have to ask utilities how many of those. I know, having attended some of the stormwater wastewater task force, that was, kind of a priority. I know City of Clearwater was doing a lot of that type of work, but I'm not sure how many we have implemented. I can ask Megan.
Okay, and that's why I'm asking a couple of these questions, because at that task force meeting, I came and spoke at it, and that was like another low-hanging fruit, making sure people have the covers on the cleanup valves, low-hanging fruit. And so I would be interested if you could find out how many man covers we have, and what percentage or how many man covers do we have rain drains in. And then the other question is, and there's again low-hanging fruit, and I'm watching the people where I live on the water, and one person redoes their seawall and they put it at the same height, and the next neighbor does their seawall and they put it 6 inches higher. Why haven't we at this point made it that every new seawall be 6 inches higher than the one before? They're putting it in, it's just a matter of the cap. It isn't a big expense while they're doing it to add it up that 6 inches. And so now you have one neighbor that has a 6-inch higher seawall over here, or maybe even a 10-inch higher seawall over here, and a 10-inch higher seawall over there. So more water just kind of floods into their house because their brand new seawall was at the same level it was when they replaced it. And so again, that's low-hanging fruit that, since that task force went on, kind of another thing that we could have been doing is low-hanging fruit. I'm not sure why we haven't done it. And, when a seawall costs $40,000, someone who just put one in isn't going to want to be raising that up or building up that cap for another $10,000 or $20,000. And that's something that could be just a standard at this point, and not being all jagged different heights and different sizes. So that's kind of, that kind of stuff to me is low-hanging fruit, and I'm not sure why we aren't doing it and why we aren't maybe more aggressive about that. But I think the policy on the seawall is something that's worth putting in for any new rebuilt seawall, that it be a little bit higher. Check valves, of course, I think are a great idea. Some cities are already doing them. I think it's wise. But those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Did you have any
We actually are having conversations about seawalls. The challenge is that obviously every city plus the unincorporated area, we all have a lot of us have different standards. And there has been a lot of conversation about having a recommendation regionally. And we have been looking at a model ordinance that I believe it was Broward just adopted for seawalls, and we're going to be having a conversation about that with the Public Works directors on Friday about having kind of a more uniform standard. I will say that there is some liability and risk associated with it. I mean, obviously, there's got to be the first one, but there have been lawsuits where that first one went and elevated, and that person next door has that lower one, and then that water was shunted off onto their property, and they had a significant amount of damage, and so now there's lawsuits as a result of it. So, I mean, I agree. We have the standard definitely needs to be looked at. It is, something that would be much better done as a collective Pinellas County instead of individual cities in the unincorporated area. And we will be looking to that, and then I'll bring any information back to Barry that he can share with you on that.
Any other questions?
And we are taking the next presentation, we're taking that to the city managers group sometime here soon.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Real soon.
Surprise.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. So we'll have more once the study is complete. We actually have been sharing out all this data. It's been a lot of our cities are starting to get into their own deep dives into their infrastructure, and they're using our data as their foundation, which is exactly what we had hoped for. Creating this county-wide consistent set of data for this purpose will help each community be consistent in the data that we're using to formulate those decisions. So it's really good to see our partners asking for that data, saying, yes, let's use it. So with that, we're going to roll into the next presentation. I'm going to invite Lisa Foster, the county's floodplain administrator, to come up. Part of the reason why we brought these two together is the data. And so Lisa's going to present to you an overview of these FEMA map changes that everybody's been hearing about, what it means. And she's also going to be sharing with you some of the comparisons to what our vulnerability assessment, our data is showing in comparison to that data. With that, Lisa, come on up.
Kelly, before
Yes,
Lisa, hold on
sure.
a minute, Lisa. Commissioner Long had a question.
Oh, sure.
I'm sorry. It was more of a comment because this is a subject matter that's been on my radar for a very long time, as some of you know. And I had a very lengthy discussion with Lisa a couple weeks ago, which really, I was like, oh my gosh. So I think that when you hear the next part of this presentation, it's going to cause an awful lot more conversation, questions, and consideration. And I think they really go hand in glove, because you cannot make decisions on the piece we just heard unless you know what Lisa has to offer. And that's critical in my mind. Don't you think?
Thank you. Come on up, Lisa. Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Foster. I'm your floodplain administrator. I'm going to give you an update on our flood maps today. And I don't know if we have our presentation ready. We're getting it? Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead and start. We can do it without slides. So as you're well aware, we have a lot of flooding issues here in Pinellas County. We have flooding from heavy rainfall that causes urban flooding when it rains more than it can get out at that rate. We also see flooding after getting several days or weeks even of rainfall, and our lakes and our creeks and our ponds overfill and start flooding. And of course, we have coastal flooding, being a peninsula here in Pinellas County. We're already experiencing blue sky flooding with king tides, like Paul just pointed out. And we're having flooding from storm surge like we just saw with Tropical Storm Eta. We also get combinations of flooding like we did with Tropical Storm Hermine a few years ago. With Hermine, we were already saturated. Then we had a lot of heavy rainfall in tandem with some storm surge, and we had flooding across the county from that storm. That was just back in 2016. Today, we're going to focus on the coastal flooding specifically. The FEMA map update was a coastal update. That update got kicked off back in 2012. We just got our preliminary maps in 2018, and the letter of final determination came out earlier this year, and we have an effective date slated for August 24th. And I kind of need the next slides to show you a picture. I'm sorry? It's layered with a couple of different shots for the risk rating. The next slide. I have it on a thumb drive too, if you want to load it. You want the thumb drive?
Yeah. I think staff needs to be prepared to give us a little background of their own history in this profession and where you come from, and tell us a little bit about yourself. We have some impressive people we don't know much about, so
We can just talk about it for a minute before she starts. Go ahead, Lisa.
Oh, you want to know my history?
He's not kidding. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I have an undergraduate from University of Tampa in biology with a minor in chemistry. Awesome. I did my master's degree at University of South Florida in their engineering department. So I have a master's in engineering science. And I am a certified floodplain manager. I worked on the private side for about 10 years, and then I came over to the county about 5 years ago. Susan said that she has my 5-year pin, so I'm excited about that. It's been a pleasure working here. We have an amazing staff and commission, and it's important work.
Yeah, it really is. Well, thank you for sharing that. It's just amazing the caliber of folks that we have here, and not only their backgrounds, but just the type of people we have. So we're glad to have you as part of the team and get a chance to work much closer with you in the years ahead, for sure.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we went through, and you know how I like to try to consolidate down slides because we have a lot of different topics. As we went through this, we're like, there's really no way you could consolidate the slides down. It's a lot of information, a lot of very detailed information, and it builds upon each other to where when we get to the end, they have at the end of the slide deck some options and ideas and thoughts about where to go with all this. It is a lot of information, but very good and very concise and helpful to try to give you the background.
So glad you've hit us with such little topics today, water collection system topic.
This is some really great stuff. It's Bitcoins and everything else, right?
So, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner.
Can I just share with everybody to please be thinking while Lisa delivers her presentation about the one we just saw and how this syncs with what she's going to share, along with the fact that I don't know all the details of that piece of legislation that just passed that restricts local governments from some of their authority in the event of a disaster. But if you think about how vulnerable Pinellas County is, what these FEMA maps are about ready to mean for our, not only our existing vulnerability, but in the event of a major issue, it is incredibly, incredibly short-sighted and problematic. And we really need to be educating ourselves and our members about it so that they can make wiser decisions in the future.
we'll be watching.
Thank you.
Lisa, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So we already talked about the flood risks. It may be from heavy rainfall, prolonged rainfall, or the coast. We're going to focus on this coastal flooding today. The FEMA map that we are currently using, the flood insurance rate map, went effective in 2003, and this update kicked off in 2012. Like I mentioned before, we got our preliminary maps in 2018, and this study, it's important to know, this is a coastal study, so it's only updating the coastal portions of the county. There are going to be some interior flood insurance rate panels that do not get updated with this update, so this is specifically a coastal update. And the effective date for this new study will be August 24th. So the flood insurance rate maps are used for three things. They're used for flood insurance requirements, flood insurance rates, and floodplain development requirements. The flood insurance requirements are based on what flood zone you're in. If you're in what they call the special flood hazard area, which is shaded in blue on the map, then flood insurance is required by most lenders. The official sentence is flood insurance is required with a federally backed mortgage, but most lenders do require it in that area. Flood insurance rates have been based on the flood insurance rate map since the beginning of the National Flood Insurance Program back in the late 60s, but that is about to change. If you see the right-hand side of this slide, Risk Rating 2.0 is going to be using new modeling and updated data to more accurately assess the flood risk of individual properties and provide rates that are more actuarially sound than the current method of rating flood insurance policies. The new rates are going to be based on several factors, like how close the structure is to water, what kind of water body it is, how big that water body is, how the structure is built, and even what the value of that structure is. The rates are no longer going to be based on the flood insurance rate map, flood zones anymore. We are still going to be required to regulate development based on the flood insurance rate map data, though. So per the CFR, and this interplays with the flood insurance rate map. Per the CFR, we're required to ensure development will be reasonably safe from flooding. So higher regulations such as freeboard are pretty common to achieve that. The firm shows areas of low, moderate, and high-risk flood zones, as well as base flood elevations. The high-risk areas are what you've probably heard referred to as the 100-year floodplain or the special flood hazard area. That area is shaded in blue on the map and includes zones that start with either an A or a V. The VE zone, which is closest to the water, is expected to have wave action of 3 or more feet. The moderate risk areas are the 500-year floodplains, and they're shaded in brown. Those are your shaded X zones. And then the low risk areas are unshaded on the map. They're also called X zones. Low and moderate risk, of course, that doesn't mean no risk. That just means that it's low risk or moderate risk. Over 20% of those NFIP claims come from those low and moderate risk areas. The firm also shows the base flood elevations. They are rounded to a whole foot. This is the expected 100-year flood elevation, not the depth. So in the area that shows zone AE with an elevation of 11 on that map, if the ground elevation is at 4 feet, you would subtract that, so the flooding depth would actually be 7 feet. So you would be looking at with that 100-year storm 7 feet deep. The new map has a new feature that we've never had before. It's called the Limois, and it's pointed out there, that black line with the little arrows on it. The LMWA is called the Limit of Moderate Wave Action. The current FEMA map that we have, it goes just from a VE to an AE zone. So it's 3 feet of wave action to no wave action has been identified. So this LMWA is going to add a transition zone for that different wave action. I'm going to flip the map sideways here to show you a little bit better. So the coastal A zone is the area in between that LMWA and the V zone. So you can see the VE zone extends from the coast inland, and we expect waves of 3 or more feet there. And then the new zone, that coastal A zone, begins where the zone changes from V to A, and the waves are expected to drop below 3 feet there. So somewhere between 1.5 and 3 feet of waves in that new flood zone. And then where the LMWA line is, they expect the wave action to drop below 1.5 feet. Because of the force of the waves in this new zone and how they might impact buildings, FEMA does recommend building to B zone standards in the coastal A zones. Okay, so what does this mean? How are these maps different from our current map? This is a broad overview, just kind of a big picture view of the changes. It's showing the increases and decreases in risk across the county. Only about a quarter of the county overall is going to see some sort of change. Remember, this is a coastal study, so the interior portion is not included. The flood elevations in the red areas are decreasing, and the pink areas will be coming out of the floodplain. So I'll let you look at that for a second. So all the red area has a decrease in that expected flood elevation for the 100-year storm, and all those pink areas are coming out of the floodplain. That's about, where is it? Decrease in about 15% of the county overall, most of which is along the Gulf Coast and Intercoastal. The insurance rates in the red and pink areas might get a lot better based on the new map, but buildings will also be able to be built to a lower standard, be less resilient, and then when Risk Rating 2.0 rolls out in October, those insurance rates might be impacted. We also see some increases, mainly along Tampa Bay. The dark blue areas are increasing in flood elevation, and the bright green areas way up in upper Tampa Bay are going into the high-risk flood zone. So they're currently in a lower or moderate, they'll be going into a high-risk zone. Those areas are not, those increases in those areas are not as surprising as the decreases that we see along the Gulf, though, because FEMA included wave modeling for the very first time in Tampa Bay with this study. It's likely that back bay effect from the waves piling up as it gets up into the bay. So now let's take a look at...
Lisa,
yes.
so you said 25% of the county will see changes. That was either decreasing or increasing, right? When you said that originally, 25% of the county will see some coast, based on the coastal study.
Let me find my notes. I believe so. It was only 15% decreasing.
Yeah, 15% decreasing, assuming another 9% or so increasing.
Yeah, it was. I don't have that percent written down in my notes, but I can get that information to you.
Yeah. It wasn't, that quarter of the county change, it wasn't all increasing.
No,
That
no,
was my
no.
point. So there was some, that includes some decreasing, some increasing.
Correct. We have some areas that are going up and
Okay.
some areas that are going down.
Okay, thank you.
Could
You're
I ask a
welcome.
quick question?
Oh, yeah, Commissioner Seal, sorry.
So on the barrier islands, what would you say the average footage is for the decrease in the base flood elevation?
I have a slide for that.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So the short answer is there's not really a good answer for that because it fluctuates across the county. So it's actually different on the beach side than it is even on the intercoastal side on the barrier islands. So
Okay.
it's very, very different across the county what's happening. Okay, so this is the parcel level. Where am I? Let me go backwards. Okay, this is the parcel level analysis. So we estimated at the parcel level whether there was going to be an increase or decrease in that base flood elevation across the county. So this is a county-wide look. And yeah, we see changes to about a quarter of the parcels overall. That might have been your question.
Yeah.
For about 81,000 parcels, there's a decrease in risk. So there may be lower building requirements with the new map. Those are the areas, again, shown in red and pink. They account for about 20% of the parcels county-wide that are going down. We see an increase in risk for about 25,000 parcels versus the 81,000 with the decreasing risk. So the 25,000 parcels, there may be higher building requirements. And of course, this is county-wide. When we look just at unincorporated area, about 17% of the parcels are going to see some sort of change. The red and pink, again, may build to a lower elevation or construction type, like foundation walls instead of piles, because the map shows a decreased risk for those 14,000 or so parcels. 4,700 approximately will be probably building higher because there's an increased risk on the map. Again, those are in blue and green, and those are mostly on the bay side. So here's the slide, Commissioner Seal. So this is a little bit more detailed look at how those elevations are changing. Like with the previous series, the pink areas are the areas that are coming out of the floodplain. The neon green areas are going in the flood elevation, and the areas shown in yellow through red, so your yellows, oranges, and reds are going down on the new map. The green and the darker blue areas are increasing in base flood elevation. And I'll give you a moment to digest that. So your reds and yellows are going down, and then your greens and blues are going up. The pink is coming out, and the bright green is going in to the floodplain. So you can see in Upper Tampa Bay, the new map flood elevations are up to about 4 feet higher than they currently are. And as I mentioned earlier, we're seeing that back bay effect up there from that water piling up. Then as we head south towards St. Pete, we see there's only about a 1 foot increase in flood elevation along the coast. The 2 feet areas that you see are mostly mangroves. And then as you move inland, that light blue area, there's no change in the elevation. And then the further inland you go, where it gets yellow, you're seeing a decrease in flood elevation, and then some areas being removed in the pink. On the intracoastal side, as we come around the south tip of St. Pete there by the Skyway, we can see that we have decreases up to 5 feet in flood elevation all along the entire Gulf side of the barrier islands and the mainland side of the intercoastal, all the way up to the mouth of the Anclote. You can see that there is a lot of dark orange and red along the coast, and those are your 3 to 5 foot decreases in base flood elevation. The intracoastal side of the islands are generally dropping 1 or 2 feet, and you can see those colors as yellow and light orange. There is an exception in Upper Boca Ciega Bay. You can see some greens and blues in that area on those fingers south of the Narrows. There's either no change or a 1 foot increase on some of those fingers, and again, that's probably that back bay effect from the waves piling up when it gets up to the Narrows. So we also compared our current FEMA map to our new vulnerability assessment map. And what we looked at was the current conditions, 100-year storm, so that it was a like storm that we were comparing. So this slide is just the current conditions on our vulnerability study versus the current FEMA map, base flood elevations. It's a lot less colorful than the other map was. Across the county, we're seeing about a foot higher in base flood elevation with our vulnerability study. Of course, if we compared it to the new FEMA map, we're going to get that colorful map again, because this one's very similar to our current FEMA map, just a little bit higher. If we think about this in terms of how high we elevate our buildings, which is to the base flood elevation plus at least 1 foot of freeboard as a minimum required by the state, the vulnerability study flood elevations are exactly the same as the current FEMA map with that 1 foot of freeboard on it. So why such big differences? Well, we're looking at data from different modeling methodologies that included information from different time periods. The FEMA probability model included storms through 2012, and the vulnerability assessment modeling included storms through 2018. Also, FEMA took a regional approach where the county study was more localized. 2 different modeling methodologies were used. CH3D used in the vulnerability study was a local Pinellas County coastal surge model. ADCIRC that was used by FEMA was a more regional approach, regional scale model. And additionally, FEMA used the 2007 LIDAR, and the county study used the 2017 LIDAR for the modeling. These are the storms that occurred between 2012 and 2018. Storms like Colin, which is shown down on the bottom left, Hermine, Irma, Michael, Nestor, and many more were excluded from the FEMA modeling. This is just a reality check of the vulnerability assessment data compared to actual current conditions. Here, the sea level rise projection aligns pretty well with the actual blue sky flooding areas that we're seeing now, and Paul pointed this out earlier. This is a picture of the flooding from Tropical Storm Eta. Eta was a pretty small storm, but it caused some significant flooding, flooded neighborhoods with a few feet of water. This is just another reality check referencing Tropical Storm Eta. This map is showing you the storm surge, blue sky, not storm surge, I'm sorry. This is just showing you the blue sky flooding that would be expected with a king tide in about 50 years. So it's our 2070 intermediate, that's that middle curve, that kind of middle of the road curve on the sea level rise projections, not the low one, not the high one, but the middle of the road. And this is what the king tides are projected to look like, and we can see that it aligns pretty well with the claims, the National Flood Insurance Policy claims from Tropical Storm Eta. Of course, Eta was deeper because there was storm surge, but the projected blue sky flooding areas are still a pretty good indicator of the areas that are more susceptible to flooding from a small event like Tropical Storm Hermine or Eta. There are different approaches that could be used for using all these data sets. We've seen the overall differences in the flood data, and I'm going to provide some more detailed examples to you now. This is an example from Ozona area. The new FEMA flood elevation is 2 feet lower than the current FEMA elevation, and our vulnerability study elevation is about 2 feet higher than our current. So the new FEMA map is bringing it down 2 feet. The vulnerability study has it 2 feet higher for current conditions. On the left side of this graph, you'll see the height above the ground that a building would be elevated to, depending on what data you're looking at and how much freeboard is applied. And the right side is just a point of reference. It shows the potential storm surge depths for different strength hurricanes, and this is from the slosh model that emergency management uses when they do their evacuation planning. This is not a probability model like the ones we're looking at. It's only there for a point of reference for you. So starting from the left, the current minimum elevation above the ground is 8 feet. So a house built today would be elevated at least 8 feet up off the ground, which would put it above that Cat 1 depth. The new firm elevation with the current freeboard, the next one over in the purple, would be 6 feet up off the ground. The minimum height of a garage for the Florida Building Code is 7.5 feet, so folks would probably end up going higher on this one, in this particular case. The next one over is the vulnerability assessment flood elevation. This is 9 feet above the ground. So that's like the depth of that Cat 2 hurricane that you see over as your point of reference. And then you can see the height with the added freeboard, the height for a bigger storm, the height above the ground for a future 100-year storm in that green box. That 2070 storm takes the intermediate sea level rise into account again. So we're looking at that middle of the road curve, not the high or the low. In 50 years, that 100-year flood elevation is projected to be about 11 feet here, 11 feet deep, somewhere between that Cat 2 and Cat 3 storm surge. Then we'll zip down to St. Pete Beach, which you saw some pictures of in Paul's presentation and again in mine. We've got the new map dropping the flood elevation by 2 feet, and the vulnerability assessment is about 1 foot higher than what we have on the current map. Again, left side of the graph is the approximate height above the ground that we would be building to, depending on which flood elevation data or freeboard we're applying. The right side, again, just a point of reference, is the slosh storm surge depth. Starting from the left, again, the current minimum elevation above the ground is about 9 feet, so folks will be building 9 feet up off the ground. The new firm elevation with the current freeboard would be at about 7 feet off the ground. The vulnerability assessment flood elevation is about 7 feet above grade, which is the same as the current map with the 1 foot of freeboard, both of which are similar to the Cat 2 hurricane depth here. And then in the green box, you see the height with the added freeboard, where 1 foot of freeboard lines up with the Cat 2. We also see the height of the flood for a bigger storm or for that future 2070 storm, looking at that middle of the road sea level rise projection. So in 50 years, the 100-year flood is about 11 feet deep, again placing that building at about that Cat 2 storm surge depth, a little bit higher. And we're going to go around the bend here to St. Pete, in that area we discussed earlier, where we're seeing those minor increases along the coast and then decreases as you move inland. Here we see that the there's a 1 foot increase both on the new map and on the vulnerability assessment. So it's a foot higher on both those studies as compared to our current one. The minimum elevation right now above the ground to be building is 4 feet. The new firm elevation would bring that up to 5 feet, which is the same as our vulnerability assessment plus a foot of freeboard, both of which are similar to a Cat 1. And the vulnerability study, of course, is the same as the current, or as the new BFE. The Cat 2 storm surge depth aligns with the 2070 flood depth in this case. And now we'll go up to Oldsmar. This is the high end of the spectrum for increasing flood elevations. Here, the elevation on the new map is 4 feet higher than it is now. And if we take a look at what that looks like as far as building above the ground, the FEMA map with our current freeboard offers the highest level of protection of any of the other storm data that we have. This is just a summary of the different potential approaches for using these data sets again, with a little more detail, just to kind of consolidate what you just saw in those examples. There's going to be a balancing act with the increasing and decreasing FEMA risk and the vulnerability, what the vulnerability assessment is showing us. Earlier, we talked about the coastal A zone, that new flood zone that's being introduced on our new maps. This is a summary of some of the approaches, how that new zone could be treated. And we have been in touch with our municipal floodplain managers throughout this whole entire process. We've had pretty regular meetings over the last several years. The next step will be to bring this to other stakeholders and get their input on how we want to use this data. And we'll be meeting tomorrow with the public works directors for the municipalities, followed by a meeting with the city managers. In a couple of weeks, we'll be meeting with the developer advisory group and the Big C. We'll meet again with the municipal floodplain managers. I have reached out to Pinellas Realtor.org as well, so hopefully we'll get something set up with them in the near future. After we get that feedback, we'll come back to you with the information and a staff recommendation. And then if we need to, we'll make some ordinance updates, and then the new map will be effective on the 24th of August.
Commissioner Seal.
So the do nothing, hold the line, and integrate new data, what does that translate into flood insurance rates themselves if we choose one over the other? And do we have a choice?
So at a minimum, we adopt the FEMA map.
Right.
So that's our bare minimum. The new risk rating 2.0 is your question?
If we went with the, adopt the vulnerability assessment, which
Okay.
is hold the line, or we go to the other option of integrate new data, what does that mean?
Okay. So that means on the
To the
west
homeowner.
Okay. So to the homeowner, that means when risk rating 2.0 rolls out, which is going to look at how the structure is built, how close it is to the water, things like that, that risk will be rated based on that information, not on the map anymore. So if we are building to what we think the actual risk is, when they rate the insurance policy to the actuary rate, they should align.
Yeah, good luck.
You have to
I'm
adopt.
trying to look for, what does that mean in dollars and cents to the
A
homeowner?
lot of money.
Yes, a lot of money. So the higher you go theoretically, the lower your flood insurance rate would be. But it's also about how the structure is built. Is it on foundation walls or is it on piles? What's the value of the structure? There are all these different things going into this risk rating 2.0. So I think the message initially needs to be to get your policy in place before that risk rating 2.0 happens, to lock in those rates based on the map. And then when risk rating rolls out, you can adjust down if it is in your benefit. But otherwise, at least you can't, they won't increase your rate more than X% per year after that risk rating kicks in. But for a new house, if we build it to what the firm says, even though our vulnerability assessment says something else, and then they risk rate it, and the risk rating is more aligned with maybe our vulnerability assessment, then that rate will be higher if you've built it lower. I'm sorry, it's not an easy topic.
Well, right after lunch, no less. I'm kidding.
So looking at, let's go to the example of.
Which slide do you want? Oldsmar, okay.
Because they're going up 4 feet. So if somebody was going to build a new house in Oldsmar, what height at the minimum would they have to do in order to?
The new map plus the minimum required freeboard.
Would be 9?
It would be 9 in unincorporated, yes. 9 feet off the ground. And like I said, FEMA had never mapped with the wave modeling Tampa Bay before, so we're seeing that Back Bay effect. It's actually, the numbers in Oldsmar are not surprising. The surprising part is the decreases along the barrier islands and the mainland on the intercoastal.
Commissioner Long?
So, fascinating information, Lisa, as always. But what I did not hear you say, that I was waiting for you to say, is what's the date that this data that FEMA's working with, what year are they looking at?
They looked through 2012. I'll back up to that.
2012, everyone, 2012.
Our vulnerability assessment used storms in their probability modeling through 2018. This is the
So, but those
comparison.
are, our data is much more updated than FEMA's data, correct?
I would say yes.
That's correct.
Yeah. So,
So you can see you have some big choices, and we also have to work, that's the reason she's got such a public outreach piece to that, because it impacts development cost, it impacts a lot of different issues, and each municipality can make some of their own decisions. So that'll be very important.
but I have a follow-up to my point, Commissioner.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that all right?
Yep.
So do we know yet how the underwriters and the insurance companies are going to handle that? We don't know that yet, do we?
No, FEMA's primary outreach right now is to the insurance industry.
I bet.
So they haven't come to us yet to teach the floodplain managers how we are supposed to work with this risk rating 2.0. They're working with the insurance industry first, because ultimately the insurance industry is who's going to be using the black box of information that they've set forth to set those rates. And we are still tasked to use the flood insurance rate map for development.
But then on top of that, the state regulators will come along and put another layer on there, right?
That I don't know.
What?
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, yeah, they will. I promise you.
Any other questions? I'm glad we've gone through this, at least, there's a lot here. And you're gonna come back to us in
We will.
August?
Yes, they're going to collect all the other information. She's going to get input from the different groups that she discussed that with. Then they'll bring back to you, a set of staff recommendation in terms of how we believe we should go forward. You have to adopt the maps. The question is whether or not you want to keep the standard or even increase that standard in other areas that are lower, that would be lowered as a result.
Do we have a choice?
Well, we do, but remember, for that piece of it, it's really for the unincorporated area. And so that's the reason she's working in conjunction with the municipalities. Except for the maps. The maps, regardless of where they're at, you have to at least adopt that.
Commissioner Gerard?
Well, okay, so what we're adopting is our local standard then about what, we can impact the flood insurance rates by raising the standard for new construction. So it seems to me like we would be doing our residents a favor if we did that. So if you're going to tear down your house and build a new one, these are our new standards, and it's going to be cheaper for you in the long run.
These are
I'm not
some
sure what you mean by hold the line. What is it? We are adopting the higher standard, or the lower standard, whatever, however you want to look at it.
The intent of the hold the line was, this is what our elevations are right now. The new map is going to drop the
Right.
elevations in
Right.
half the county. So if we want to hold the line, you could either add more freeboard to bring it back up to where it is, or you could look towards the newer study, which across the board was just about a foot higher than our current study.
Right. Yeah, well,
And
I think we certainly should do that.
And the CRS rating could also be impacted as well. If you go to a higher standard, there's obviously some credit for that in the program.
Yeah.
When you come back in August, you're looking for direction then, or are we talking workshop again?
Well, I think we'll put it on a workshop, then put it on an agenda. That way, we can talk about what she learned, what she heard from others, and then talk through kind of your recommendation.
Yeah. I think when you have those discussions with others, keep in mind that I personally wouldn't mind having them here at the table in a workshop fashion, so that maybe they may have a passionate view about, for some reason that's fact-based, but it might be good to have them at the table for input as well.
And she has taken that, and I don't disagree with that, she has taken that to the Development Advisory Group, which is our group that's been looking at our own standards and codes and getting their input as part of that also.
Yeah, and that's great. I'm glad to hear that.
Great.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, and thank you for giving us a little background on you as well. That's great to know that we have that talent here.
Thank you very
Awesome.
much.
Yeah. Talk to you soon.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Barry, are we going to have our meeting with Mike Twitty, obviously before Lisa comes back, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because I'd be very interested in all of how this impacts our property values in Pinellas County.
It's a good question, and you asked a couple of different questions regarding how it would impact insurance rates and things like that. I think that's additional data that we can get as part of the study to where it'll help you in making those types of decisions.
Okay. Trail access update.
Last presentation for today. So we had a question come up, and it's really been about accessing the trail, and we actually had a couple of specific situations where people are looking to access the trail. We went back and kind of looked at our policies and where we've allowed access, when we haven't allowed access, illegal access, liability issues and things like that. So we thought we'd put it in a presentation, kind of give you a background and update. Again, seeking just kind of comments at this point, and then that way we can refine it into a better policy going forward. Go ahead, Paul.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Paul Kazi, Parks and Conservation Resources. Also want to introduce Kelly Levy over in the bullpen, since we both share responsibilities for various aspects of operating and maintaining the trail. So the Pinellas Trail, what we refer to as the Pinellas Trail, is approximately 55 miles long and includes segments of the Duke Energy Trail as well as the Tri-County or Coast to Coast Trail. The issue we're dealing with as far as connections, non-intersectional connections, really apply to the Fred Marquis Pinellas Trail portion, that 44 miles, where we've got approximately 140 access points, which would be divided up by approximately 60 municipal or county access points, roughly 30 commercial access points, and then another 50 residential access points. The Duke Energy Trail and the Coast to Coast Trail aren't really an issue for us. One, the Duke Energy Trail prohibits any type of access other than from the road intersections. And the location of the Coast to Coast Trail along Keystone Road and Brooker Creek Preserves really limits any need for any access because they all have driveway access. Just a little background. Pinellas Trail originally was acquired through a lease agreement with FDOT back in 1986. The first 5 miles was completed in 1990, making the trail just over 30 years old. In 1996, the CSX Railway Corridor was conveyed to Pinellas County by FDOT. And then, of course, in 2008, we opened the first section of what was then the Progress Energy Trail and is now the Duke Energy Trail. And in 2017, with the assistance of the state of Florida, we completed the Tri-County Trail or coast-to-coast section that runs through Pinellas County. So when we talk about connections, we're really talking about 4 different types of connections. We've got those that are county permitted access connections. We've got municipality-initiated access connections that are reviewed by the county. And then we have the unpermitted connections, which we separate into commercial and residential. So to give you an example of some county permitted access connections, we've got several right here, starting from left to right, Tyrone Boulevard overpass, a sidewalk connection along the trail that goes to Seminole City Park, an Anytime Fitness commercial connection at Park Street that was requested by a developer and approved by the county, as well as Tyrone Mall, which goes to the AMC Theater. So when we look at those, the intention is that the connections are approved previous to being installed. The developer assumes responsibility for the design, permitting, construction, and maintenance of the connection. When we look at municipality initiated, there's 3 examples right here. The first one being a end of street connection at 4th Avenue Northwest in Largo. A connection to the City of Seminole Public Works Operations Building, and the City of Tarpon requested connection through Mears Crossing Apartments that actually connects to alternate 19 on the west side. Once again, with these, we're looking at having an input in the design. We don't take on the cost of the improvement that's done by the city or the developer. So then we have unpermitted commercial connections. Those are access points along the trail that have been placed without notification to or approval by the county. The issue with these primarily are there's no uniform minimum standards as it applies to the design, location, materials, or construction methods. So first example, going from left to right again, that's a bike shop along the Pinellas Trail in Seminole. The next is a bar in Dunedin, followed by a microbrewery in Dunedin, and then there's another restaurant connection there at the end in the Dunedin Palm Harbor area.
Yes. Yeah, let's just, how many more slides do you have? Yeah, let's let him finish and we'll, yeah, okay.
Just a few, I'll work right through them. And then finally, we have examples of unpermitted residential connections. And as you can see, once again, no uniform minimum standards, basically people accessing the trail from their backyard fences. You've got a variety. You know, there's a second one there is a pipe that was placed, and then they went ahead and filled in over the top of that to get connection to their backyard, which kind of makes me believe that they're using that for some other purpose other than just walking across, like maybe perhaps parking a boat. And we have 2 other that are just simple wooden structures that run across the ditch along the trail. So, why do we have issues with unpermitted connections? First of all, there's safety liability issues. As a matter of fact, just yesterday was notified of a claim that someone who accessed the trail from their backyard gate tripped and fell and is now filing a risk claim with the county. There's obviously the potential for drainage obstruction and flood risk. If you look at that pipe situation, something flows in there and backs that up. We don't know what the impacts are going to be upstream with that water backing up. Mowing operations, having to go around and or over those impacts the mowing operations. It slows it down. Doesn't allow, may require us to get off a mower with a string trimmer and work around something so that we don't have extremely long grass. Ditch maintenance is another big thing. You can see in some of the examples along the trail that are unpermitted, there may be a piling right in the middle of a ditch that's going to grab debris during a rain event. So the other thing we want to look at too is does it enhance the trail user experience? You know, I think Forward Pinellas and other trail user proponents think that having connections is a benefit to the trail to allow them to experience different things along the trail. Certainly, the Pinellas Trail's become a tourist attraction. We see, you know, over 1 million visitors or visits to the trail every year, so it's very popular. So currently, what we do, a permitted connection means that they're directed to the county to get a utilization permit. Staff determines whether it meets the criteria that they've established as far as the design. We've got certain requirements, like a flared end and things like that, so people can safely get onto the trail without causing someone to not be able to stop or hit someone, that type of thing. With the unpermitted connections in the past, our approach was, hey, if we see something, you've got to remove it. We're currently taking a no net change approach just because of resource limitations, meaning if it's there right now and no one's trying to rebuild it or replace it or improve upon it, we're letting it stay for the time being. Then also, if someone wants a connection and they're within a municipal boundary, we generally direct them to the municipality and say, okay, if you can get approval through your city that meets a design that is acceptable to both of us, then it would be put under consideration. So when we look at what should we do, you know, we've laid out a few options here. One is to create a process for commercial businesses to provide access to their establishments from the Pinellas Trail through the development of specific county standards, meaning we would determine locations, you know, how wide it needs to be, ADA specifications, materials, you know, how it would impact trail maintenance activities and those types of things, as well as any potential legal issues or risk issues associated with it. We would prefer to continue to require the removal of built private residential connections. You know, there's just too many issues associated with those that impact not only operations but also risk and legal issues. Then the third option is just to continue what we're doing, which is basically just letting things that exist. Anything new comes on that's not being brought forward by the county or the municipality, you know, we don't consider.
Paul, if you could also explain the difference between where you have right-of-way, and Kelly, what we were talking about the other day. I just want to explain.
Right,
I want to explain that issue also.
Sure. The expert.
No. So, you know, part of the challenge here, and this will especially come up with the new trail segments, the North Trail and the South Trail Gap that we're talking with the community about next week, is there are different types of ownership rights along the trail. So some of the properties, fee simple, we can't use a right-of-way use permit for that. So that means you're looking at a licensing agreement, having insurance requirements and that type of thing, because we don't, you're talking about fee simple property versus a right-of-way that we can go through that process. We also have, especially on the new trail segments, we have private easements from other landowners where we will not be allowed to permit additional connections. Obviously, Duke Energy doesn't allow any of those connections, so anywhere where we're there along Duke Energy's property, that's a no-go as well. So there are different permitting considerations and insurance requirements and things like that that we would want to look at. As far as, as Paul mentioned, we were given notice of claim, this week on an issue, and especially some of these businesses that, if somebody comes out of a restaurant and falls and into our ditch or smacks their head on one of these private structures that's, not properly constructed or probably shouldn't be there, what is the county's liability? What is our risk? And how would we handle that? So that was just some conversations we were having as far as, if we wanted to implement something like this, being properly resourced for it. We are not now properly resourced to manage something of this magnitude. Really going through and identifying where are feasible areas, where probably not, and then really putting a program around it so that it can be managed in a responsible way by staff, by us. So those are just some of the things that we looked at in going through some of these opportunities and things that we could implement. What would it take to get there? And so those were some of the conversations we had.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly support a process that would permit commercial businesses to be able to link to the trail. You have a number of bicycles and things along the path. Now there are a number of bicycle clubs that actually ride on the weekends 41 to 50 miles. They may want to stop at some of these places along the way and visit the city, so I certainly would support that. I have to say, I'm sorry for laughing, but I was just so intrigued with some of the ingenuity that some of these people came up with in order to connect the trail to get to their businesses. I wholeheartedly concur with you. Safety is a main concern, and you just pointed it out, with individuals wanting to look at the deeper pockets when something happens, when in fact we didn't place that structure there. And so that takes up time from our legal department and certainly revenues or funding that we shouldn't have to utilize. The question that I have is, do we have a mechanism where we're out kind of periodically checking the trail system that is our responsibility, making sure that, it's safe and unencumbered by things that may cause harm to persons who, want to use the trail on the weekends or through the week or whatever?
Yes, we do have staff park rangers that patrol the trail daily, as well as the maintenance operations that occur. Public Works Group handles asphalt issues. They do asphalt inspections. They do ditch maintenance and those types of things. So we do get several eyes on the trail every week. We also have a number of volunteers, auxiliary rangers who are out there. If they see issues, they report it to staff. We've got a hotline for them to report issues. So it does get a lot of eyes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Seal.
I have mixed feelings about this because going back in history, when there was a lot of, and we still encounter it, where people are like, building the trail behind my house. I don't want it there. I don't want it there. And then it's there. Then you're almost punishing them by not allowing them to have access to the trail. So what makes it right that a commercial can go through a permitting process, but a residential can't? So I hear what you say, Kelly, and I'll hear what legal has to say, but I don't know. It's kind of a...
I think one of the challenges...
It's a difficult issue.
Yeah, it is. I totally agree. And I think one of the challenges, and I'm sorry, but it'll probably be your challenge, is because, if you've been out on the trail, you see how fast these bicyclists go.
I know.
Rollerbladers, e-bikers. And if we have a private access point at every property, we're gonna need an ITS system on the trail. So we're going to have to come up with some good standards as to how many accesses along the trail are okay, how many are safe, and then you're going to have the haves and have-nots. Well, I got mine before you got yours, and we're at the limit for this segment, so now you don't get one. Those are all very, very valid and conversations to be had, but I think it's very important for the vision of the trail. We just went through a visioning survey with the community. It was very, very well. We had a lot of participation. Thousands of people provided input on the trail vision and what they see for it. When it came to trail access, the highest priority was local trail connections versus individual. So, you know, that when we get to bring that report back and you guys have an opportunity to see that information, the feedback from the community on the future of the trail and what they would like to see, I think that has a piece in it. But it is a big conversation, because if we go for this and we're like, okay, you know, you got to come in, you've got to engineer it properly, you got to have insurance, you got to do all that thing, and then we end up with 100 trail access points, you know, how does that affect the user experience? How does that affect safety?
But for, you know, I can see where there's a ditch or something where they have to actually build something over it to gain access. But I'm thinking about the people who have fenced-in yards and they simply open up the fence and they're there. So then what?
That's the guy who's suing us.
Huh?
That's the guy who filed claim. Yeah.
I don't think we have a good answer here, so.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you. Well, that was the talking about lawsuits and things is, and I understand that we don't want to go out and police every single thing that someone's done over the 44 miles, but if we become aware of one and it's shoddy and we don't do anything about it, where does that place us? I mean, if we don't know it, we haven't seen it, but once one of our rangers has actually written it down somewhere on a scrap of paper somewhere in county records, that I would assume that impacts our liability.
Well, I would say that the slide included in Paul's presentation with the residential connections could very well be Exhibit A in a lawsuit against us, because we are clearly on notice as to those lackluster connections, I'll say. You know, I do see potential liability here, even when we may not know about the connection, because to the extent that a trip and fall or whatever the case may be occurs on property that is owned or controlled by the county, you know, first of all, we can believe that we're going to get a claim submitted and potentially even sued in the long run. And a court could very well find in the end, what a court may do is find negligence on both the plaintiff's part, which could be the property owner. It could be a different resident, not the property owner. And courts can allocate negligence in lawsuits. Contributory negligence is what they would refer to it. So, you know, even if we could go in and present a defense saying this wasn't permitted, it doesn't meet, you know, any kind of standard, and we were unaware of it, we may still have some form of contributory negligence in a lawsuit like that. And I know Kelly's painfully aware of the trip and falls that we see on the sidewalks. You know, at least in that situation where we're put on notice, we can go out and take some remedial actions, such as spray painting the sidewalks in bright orange or some other, making some other kind of marker that would make it evident to somebody. I don't know what we would do here. I'm not really sure what kind of action we could take in regard to these connections to make it evident to somebody that there's a problem. You know, the other thing that we have with sidewalks is we can eventually go out and fix those ourselves. You know, arguably we could remove these connections, you know, but you are talking about items that other folks have put there. But I do see real issues, and, you know, as I think Kelly referred to, you know, the multiple connections that you have on a trail, you create the potential for collisions between users. And again, we could very well be sued for that. I know over the years, we have handled lawsuits where, you know, Paul, maybe you can tell me, but the poles that we put at crossings.
The bollards, yes.
The bollards, we get sued when people run into those on their bicycles or their rollerblades. We get sued a lot. So there's definitely a potential there. And like I said, you know, even where we may not be on notice, a court could very well and likely would still find some form of contributory negligence on our part, because most likely any sort of injury would have taken place on property that we own or control.
And I will say, 15 years ago, what the practice was, we had a lot more rangers on the trail. When they would see something, we would get an address, we would notify the property owner, you've got X number of days to remove this, otherwise we're going to come out and remove it ourselves. And
Charlie, you done?
You know, that's how we dealt with those issues that were in encroachment.
Commissioner Gerard?
So you're saying that right now we don't have the resources to do that?
It's just, the trail has become much more popular. Its population is denser along the trail. There's all kinds of developments going in, and our focus has been on making sure the trail itself is free of glass, debris, litter, those types of things.
Well, it's only going to get worse. More crowded.
And
I
I'm
guess
advised as we're sitting here, and maybe it's the same person that we've already talked about, but that a lawsuit has been filed recently by someone who tripped on his own unpermitted connection and has filed, we haven't been served with it yet, but it's been filed. And it may be the same individual that filed the claim, but if it is, he has now progressed to filing a lawsuit.
Well, my biggest concern is the liability issue and, and safety too, but I think we need to look at it from that standpoint. I mean, can we actually do something about somebody who puts a gate in the back of their fence and can walk across the ditch and get on the trail? I mean, I really don't care about those. I care about when they're building a bridge across and somebody else is tripping over it. I think the bigger liability, and I know this is a big issue, is motorized vehicles on the trail. I don't think e-bikes have any business being on the trail.
There's some state statutes pertaining to that, but yes.
Of course there are. Well,
As
are we
what's- as to
preempted
what's
from doing
considered a
anything about
bicycle.
that? Are we preempted from doing anything about that?
Currently, we allow bicycles on the trail, and
I
they're
know.
up to a certain size, they're considered a bicycle. So
Even with
I
a
don't know if
motor?
we're preempted. I think there's something in the statute that allows local governments to make their own rules as it in regards to that. I would say that just from my own observations on the trail, that e-bikes are becoming a huge segment of the trail users. And then you also have the ADA issues that go along with that prevent you from prohibiting something like that if someone says they need that as an accommodation to be able to enjoy the trail.
Well, then they can get a,
And
They can get
you've
a
also
license
got the
plate that has
single
it.
wheel, you've got the motorized or electric scooters, you've got all kinds of gadgets that are being developed
I don't
seemingly
think any of
every
it
month.
belongs on there. I mean, I think it scares people half to death when somebody comes zooming up behind them on a motorized bike or a, whatever all those things are.
I think there are actually a couple of classes
And
of
they're a
e-bikes.
hazard.
Yeah, there's one that actually doesn't go that fast, and you see the race bikes, they're cruising along at a pretty high speed, and there is a class of e-bike that doesn't quite get up to that speed, so it's a slower. But there are some, the next class up, that yes, they are very fast.
Well, I mean, I've seen some, I actually got run into one time by a guy who was riding a regular bike at 21 miles an hour. When you think about a bike, that's really fast.
Yes.
But, and of course, he
Commissioner Long.
couldn't stop, so.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I have two things. It's a fascinating conversation. But first of all, I just want to commend the staff that work in the Public Works and Utilities area, because as someone who uses the trail every single day, we happened upon a group of our county workers that obviously they were on a project to clean up the ditch from one place to another. And they'd already done one half of it. And I remarked, it was my husband and I that were walking, and I remarked about how beautiful they looked because they had done such a great job. So I took the time to go over and chat with them. It was extraordinary to hear about their day and what they were doing, because I wanted to know, because they had huge trucks and all kinds of equipment. So I would appreciate it if you could just let them all know that they are appreciated and people do notice. The second thing is to the liability issue. it occurs to me that in the world we live in today, almost everything turns into liability issue, and there's not really much that we can do if you apply a little bit of common sense to prevent every liability. And so if you think about how many times you're in a county park and people are riding their bikes and or rollerblading or on those, what do you call those things where you just stand up straight?
Segway? Or
The what?
Segway?
Yes, Segways. Well, some of them are just enormous and they go really, really, really fast. And while I get the e-bikes and how prevalent they're becoming, there is such a thing as a speed limit, and they do run right up to you, and then they'll scream, on your left, on your left. And I mean, honest to God, it's just, overkill. Plus, they are riding at night when it's pitch black. Not that I'm on the trail at night, but we do walk our dogs
They're not
at
supposed to
night.
be either.
And, you can hear them crossing the intersection and just whizzing down the trail, and they don't have any business being there after dark, so it says. So I think the answer, Paul, quite frankly, is your department, Kelly, you need more people. Because if you had those rangers out there like they used to be, I could hardly ever be on the trail without a ranger coming by on the little golf carty things they ride around in. And it's helpful. Not only that, it provides another element of safety. That's my
one more
pitch.
question.
What?
I said I have one more question.
Yeah, and I mean, adding a few more rangers is a lot less expensive than all lawsuits and all that kind of stuff.
As part of your budget presentation this year, you are going to get a level of service
Good.
report on for the Parks Department, and those will be part of the recommendations.
Good.
Commissioner Gerard?
Just one more thing. We'll be having something come before us that's a development that backs right up to the trail, and they're talking about putting food trucks oriented to the trail, I think, or at least, and I'm just wondering if we have any policies about commercial activities that are oriented to the trail or focused on the trail primarily. I mean, I know I've seen a few little things
Bike
in our
rentals.
parks which bother me, but
Happens all the time.
on the trail, I don't know. I mean,
Well, how about the kids and their lemonade stands?
on the trail?
Yeah, right
Really?
on the
Yeah, but,
I would
okay, I'm not, I
It's the
refuse.
cutest thing, and I always say, oh, I'm so happy you're here.
I think that would be a blessing.
I think you're referring to, is it the Raytheon property?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which actually, the food truck idea is really, I know it's shared, meaning they're on their property, but it's adjacent
It's like right on
to
the
the
trail.
trail. But I've only seen something preliminary about that. I know that people use the trail as a way to attract people to their businesses.
Right.
And certainly we deal with that just, from a code issue as far as putting up signs and things like that. But, I mean, the issue is you've got a very successful, well-loved trail that people want to use and are using it more and more. Certainly after COVID, I see a lot of complaints that the trail now has gotten too busy, so it's.
Right. Well, and I think that's another thing that's going to increase as time goes on. I mean, I think Dunedin's done a great job of businesses popping up along the trail that people can get off the trail and go to them, but
Well,
to have
look at
things that
the
are,
number of apartment buildings that are being built right on the trail down Clearwater Largo Road.
right. We should get testimonials from those people about how wonderful it is to be next to the trail. Anyway.
Yeah, I had a couple of comments I wanted to make. Well, thank you for pulling this together. I do think some of the comments that have been made, first, there's a visioning session that's come up. I'd like to see how that works. But from my perspective, it's always been a trail that connects communities and connects people from the communities onto the trail. So it connects the communities along the trail, but also to the side. So for us to not want to do that or have reasons not to do that is problematic for me. And so I think whether we do anything or not, we're still going to get lawsuits. You just said one. I mean, somebody opening their back gate is going to sue us. We have lawsuits all the time. And so if we're doing something that improves our community, I think we need to pursue it. So I don't want that necessarily to be the case.
Sorry.
It's okay. But so again, I think it's a really important number. First, we have the connections, and I'm like Commissioner Flowers talked about commercial connections, and certainly all of us in favor of that. I think they need to be done right. Okay, we've got some examples that weren't done right, albeit I will say that they have been changed over time. We really haven't had any issues with them. Okay, there's not been any lawsuits over them. Still need to get it right, and I think that in a couple of examples that you showed, I know the owners of are willing and ready to do it right. You made a comment about the cities being okay with it from a, like, maybe they'd have to get permitted through the city, you know, the design and that kind of thing. But the piece that we're still concerned about is that liability piece. And from my perspective, I think there's ways to handle that. The people that put it in place, they can insure it. If we don't have a system that can track that kind of stuff, then we spent way too much money on software and hardware in our community and our governments that we can't track that, because you can tie insurance policies to dates that kick it out and say they didn't renew their policy and they've got 2 weeks to do it, or they need to remove the facility. There are ways to track it, and I think we need to go overboard in trying to accommodate these businesses along the trail. We talk about trying to be more pro-business in this community, and I think this is a great way to do it, and I think it helps residents, and it helps our tourists, it helps all kinds of folks. And you know, I think, you know, Commissioner Gerard, thank you for saying it, but I do think Dunedin has done some good things up there about connecting to the trail and using it as it was supposed to be, in my opinion. Again, back to the vision that you're talking about. To me, that is absolutely critically important. So in my mind, I think we need to be moving forward with that, not moving away from it. I can't tell you, Barry, how happy I am that we're addressing the sidewalk issue. I've been saying stuff about that for 4 or 5 years, and only recently did somebody contacted us and said, hey, I had a trip and fall, and somebody said, well, they'd be out in a year to fix it. And I don't know if that's exactly true or not, but I know we're behind, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
We've got all kinds of liability issues there, and we're way behind.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to, obviously, we're trying to button that up, and I'm really proud of the fact that we're doing that. This problem on these issues, I don't know how many we've gotten, you know? We had this one that's coming up right now to somebody's backyard, but I'm talking about some of these commercial connections. I just think we need to put things in perspective and create a modeling system that allows for it. Look for reasons to do it instead of reasons not to do it. So that's how I feel about it, and I do know that the residential aspect of it, I think Commissioner Seal brought it up, is a little, it's a tough one because there's so many people, and we want them. We convinced them that having them on the trail was a good thing, and then we say, well, but you can't come out your backyard. Well, I guess, you know, we're not going to be able to stop that anyway. But anyway, I really appreciate you bringing this forward. This is extremely important to me that we do have the connections east and west, as well as north and south between communities. And so whatever we need to do, in my opinion, we need to be working on it. And I'm looking forward to hearing your staffing issues that we have and level of service that we have and whatever needs to be done. But we need to be thinking about our residents as well. So,
And
thank
we'll
you.
bring back some ideas. You know, the latest one with different types of property, whether it's fee simple or whether it's a right-of-way, you know, those are some of the issues that we'll get together and we'll try to address. And it is different whether you have a ditch and you have to have a structure than if you happen to have a backyard and you ride your bike through the backyard. I used to do that where I lived, you know, a while back. And you know, I went through the parkland and got to the trail and go on. But that's different than if I built a structure, right? And so we can probably address that, and we'll look at some different ideas, and then we'll bring that back to you. And the most important thing, we've got our hands around it, so now we can try to have a policy that's consistent. But part of that is, addressing some of what we've kind of looked the other way for also.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit tougher. We have a different situation where we're having to have people remove structures where over time they built structures in their backyard that wasn't their backyard. And so if we don't address it, then, and it stays there for 20 years, then we've even got a bigger issue than if it's at 10 years. And those are the tough issues, because you don't want to deny that access, but if you don't address it, you create bigger issues for yourself.
Yeah.
So
I do think some of these, and again, I would call them substandard connection bridges that need to be worked on for sure. Probably, truthfully, have probably saved us some lawsuits, quite frankly, because they are over ditches that if you are moving from somebody's backyard or a business's backyard onto the trail, you're navigating a ditch in some cases, and it is dangerous, and you're more likely to have problems with that than you are walking across a bridge. And again, to the liability issue, I think there's ways we can handle that. Okay, well, I look forward to hearing back from you, Barry, on some of these
Great.
things and seeing what we can do to make these things happen. Okay, anything else before we move on to the agenda briefing? And just, we're going to, obviously, we kind of go through pretty quickly. I do know that that Jewel has a couple things she wants to bring up when we get to the her part of the agenda. I know, Barry, we wanted to, under your report, we wanted to add a presentation from TDC, or
from Steve Hayes at CV. Yes.
Clearwater.
Correct. We'll put that under the county administrator's report.
Yeah, and I think that'll be a really good report. I think Steve we've got some good information and a good story to tell. I want to make sure that we're hearing it firsthand. And then there are some other things that I think we needed to chat about. I think also, Commissioner Long, you wanted the FAC president to speak to us for about 5 minutes or so.
Yes, Melissa McKinley, our good friend a commissioner from Palm Beach County, is making the rounds around the state, talking to the county commissioners on behalf of FAC. And so she has asked if she can come give us an update for 5, 6, 7 minutes or so, not more than that. She knows. I'd be very grateful if we give her that courtesy.
We'll do that at the beginning after the first presentations.
Oh, that's great.
Okay,
I'll
so
let her
she
know
does.
for planning purposes.
Yeah, okay, and then.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And then the only other couple of things, I really wanted to talk just briefly about you all taking a look at your calendars, not right now, but the challenges during the summer months of getting us together. Is either we don't proceed on some important things that Barry thinks we need to be getting on, and I agree with them on some of these workshops, or we plan them around having 5 or 6 or 7 commissioners. And so we right now in July have a workshop scheduled for July 8th and a BOCC meeting scheduled for July 13th. Those are the 2 dates that we have meetings that we're planning to do. Now, I know that there are some folks that are going on some vacation in and around before that date, as well as either after that date. And I just, again, I'm assuming that everybody's getting their timeframes in to Kim through your assistance, because right now we are scheduled to do those 2 dates. And then, and from the feedback that we've gotten, and we've not heard from everybody, and it's changed a little bit from folks, those dates are still on schedule to have about at least 5 people at the workshop. And I think, is there 5 or 7 people at the commission? 5 at the commission meeting? So 5 at the workshop and 5 at the commission meeting.
And the dates again are?
8th and the 13th.
8th and 13th.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so again, moving those around doesn't seem to help much. So it's not like we can't get rid of them either. The 13th, the date, the commission meeting, we do have to have one in July for critical.
I'll be delivering the 2022 budget.
Yeah. Well, we have to set maximum millage rates and all of that stuff. So we will do one in July. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there because that's where we're moving. And if we're not going to have enough people to have the discussion, then I think we need to relook those dates. But those are the 2 dates that are coming. The other thing is that we have been here for a while now, and there has been some discussion about when is it appropriate to move back to our chambers in Clearwater. Certainly not Tuesday, and not for the tides hearing on the 25th or something, 25th, I think it is.
25th.
We'll be here for both of those meetings, but we are now, I think, officially going to be completely open on June 1st. I think that's what I heard from Barry. Most of our folks will be back to work, working through some of those transitions, and it's maybe time for us to think about moving our meetings back to the assembly room, and just wanted to get your all's thoughts. Yes, Commissioner Long.
So I would be very open to going back to the courthouse, let's just say after the 4th of July holiday weekend, because that gets us through the rest of the school year. It gets us, well into the hottest part of the summer as we move forward, and I just think that's a reasonable expectation.
Yes, Commissioner Justice.
Are we thinking, if we go back, that it's standard capacities and all those things? We're not going to be doing anything as far as spacing. I know some local governments have put up the partitions on their dais. Would we think that we would only have the commissioners at the dais so we can have 4 to 5 feet separating and have staff in the audience and then limited seating for public? Or is it just the doors are open and we're back to normal?
Let me address a little bit of that. We could accommodate just commissioners up on the dais, so Joel and I could, move down off the dais, and we could accommodate some spacing. But as you know, it's tight, up there. So you certainly don't have the opportunity to space like we have out here. The petitions, people have put up the petitions. I've seen some where they have to kind of scoot in, and it's really tight with the petitions. We haven't tried that there, so we could try that if that was your preference. We do have, and you saw the signs when you came in today, that masks are still strongly recommended. We're not out of this yet. We need to see higher vaccination rates. One of the issues, we just don't know when we're going to see that. And so we're still saying masks recommended. We don't know at what point would we say that we're taking the signs down, permanently. I just don't know the answer to that.
And if I could interject one thing too, as you all go forward in planning, please do keep in mind that many of your public hearing items are advertised well in advance of the date the hearing is to take place, so we would need to make sure that that was coordinated as to any move so that we could properly note the location of those public hearings.
Yeah, if it's the preference of the commission to go back, which, we all miss home, but I would want to have at the dais only the commissioners so that we have the ability, like we did, I think back in March, in one of our last meetings, we only had the commissioners up there, and it was probably about 5 feet, and so there was some, at least for me, there was some comfort level there. And, if we have to have less seats in the audience so that we can accommodate staff and that, then that would be my preference if we're going to go back.
Barry,
I think we have to think about Forward Pinellas too.
That's where I was just going to say
Whoever
that.
else meets in there, I don't know.
I was just going to say that I'm assuming that if we move our operation back, that we won't have operation here. So then we do have to think about MPO, which tends to have 13
Yeah, and so
or
does
14 people
TDC
around,
also.
Around the dais, unless they can continue to meet here. Or if you just want to have one place of operation, that's a different challenge. I don't know how that, because right now we're doing everything here.
Forward Pinellas and TDC both have, large groups.
Yeah.
And we certainly can accommodate, meetings out here, and it's worked out pretty well. Probably better than most local governments have had to deal with because we had this space. So we can do any combination of that if if that's your desire. I mean, we certainly could talk to, the TDC and also the Ford Pinellas, if they wanted to continue to meet here or whatever.
Well, I mean, June's right around the corner.
It is.
Maybe what we could do is just say that June and July will stay right where we're at, and then monitor the process, how things are going. Because I do think, and as Commissioner Gerard's comment, and that's what I was thinking too, is about our MPO and TDC, and in having two different venues of operation, I think probably is probably not productive. So we either all move back or we all stay. And I think with those two groups, it's maybe problematic right now. So if you guys are okay, we'll stay here for June, July, and then revisit maybe sometime, and maybe we'll even revisit it with our second meeting in June. Just so, to Jules' point.
For planning
Yeah,
purposes,
for
then
planning.
we target August,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
we'll look at if there's any lead time on any items.
Yes. So a second meeting in June, we'll revisit about maybe moving back in August. But right now, for June and July, we'll stay where we are, if that's okay with everybody? Okay, all right. I think that's all I had. I know we were going to have some other discussions today based on things for Tuesday, and maybe it's not time sensitive now that we have that. I do think how commission meetings are conducted from our residents, from our commissioners, and from the chair are always subject to review and consideration. If we want to do that today, we can, or if we want to postpone that to another day, we can do that as well. It's your all's pleasure. Yeah, Commissioner Long.
Well, I would like to think, Commissioner, that given the governor's order, that we are not going to be having any discussion on May 11th with regard to the mask. Is that correct?
Well, we will not be having a state of emergency discussion, and we will not be having any kind of ordinance consideration. We will have citizen input as normal, and my sense is that the energy and direction will be going in probably a different direction now. But you never know how many we get. I haven't heard, personally, I haven't heard of a lot of people calling here, but you never know. So, yes, Commissioner Gerard.
Yes, after the last two meetings, I would want to make sure that we have in our heads some kind of control for the behavior that we saw. They might not be here, but then again, they might, because we've gotten a few emails that were like, nanny, poo-poo, we beat you and you're terrible. So just be ready, just in case. And it won't be the last time we ever have an unruly crowd. So I think that's part of it. And actually, what I was hearing from a couple of my colleagues was that they were being harassed out in the hall and right in the doorway there. So that's not cool.
Yeah. No. Well, I think in some cases, I mean, I certainly was surprised by. I'll be honest. I did not take offense to many of the comments that were made. Most of them were within bounds and they were right on target. There was one in particular that, again, I made my apologies for not handling that better. But in the future, if something like that happens, we'll just cut the TV, we'll cut the noise, and we'll stop the meeting. I'm not going to give anybody any satisfaction by having them escorted out unless it becomes really an emergency, but I'm not going to give them the floor, and we'll stop the conversation. But I was taken a little bit by surprise on that one person. And, again, I think for the most part, this is an emotional time, and we've got to let folks vent a little bit. Sometimes they're accurate, and sometimes they're not as accurate, but anyway, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't, if we wanted to, yes, Commissioner Peters, and then I'll go to Commissioner Flowers.
Well, I think that was a good point that Commissioner Gerard brought out, that if somebody's getting harassed in the hallway, so when we're in the chamber, the bathrooms are in the back, and you don't have to go through the crowd. And so if we're going to stay through July, and there's going to be a time when we expect a crowd like that, since we have so many officers here when we have meetings anyways, that we either use that door and they're there to protect us so nobody can, you can't stop people from saying things, but they certainly can't get too close to you that way. And it might be just a good thought.
Yeah. We had made some arrangements to access a restroom back here.
Oh, okay.
There's a separate bathroom, so we were going to, restroom, we were, just have everybody being able to access that, so there wasn't as much interaction.
Okay. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
Just
but to your point, I think everybody's point, folks out there don't need to be harassed either, and we'll make sure that our officers are out there to take care of that. I was really talking more about in here, but yeah, it's a great point, both of you, for the hallway there has to be decorum throughout. But yes. Yeah.
That room over there, which has the overflow,
Mm-hmm.
the room that has the overflow, can there not be some, message or whatever about maintaining proper decorum? I mean, from folks that called me personally on the phone, they could hear the taunting and the howling and the rooting and rah-ha-ha that was going on back in that room. And I don't think that's appropriate for a public meeting where we have all maintained always some level of decorum.
Yeah. Well, we can put some signage up. Again, there's a balance between, pushing too much to get pushed back on. And I can remind folks, we can put signs up there to please maintain decorum and try to remind them of it. It is a little disruptive in here when you're hearing the celebrations of each comment that are made, especially when we have 70 comments, at least at the last meeting. Okay, well, let me give some thought to that. But I do think if we have meetings like that, we'll make sure that our officers are posted in the hallways to help out with anybody that needs to go to the restroom. We will be utilizing this one if we have the big overflow meetings. I think we have one coming up at the end of this month. And Kim, you needed to get...
I need to get their
badge numbers for people.
You'll just see me after the meeting.
Yeah, get badge numbers so we can make arrangements to use that, especially when it's real crowded. I mean, it's real crowded, folks will be using the restrooms, and us getting there and back is important, so maybe we can use that. Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all of the dialogue and conversation. I would like to just correct something for a moment, not to be negative, but just to correct. The first meeting that we had, yes, there was only one person that was out of line, and she specifically targeted Commissioner Long. The meeting we just had, there was a lot of profanity in here. It was a lot of inappropriate behavior. It wasn't just one person. And we cannot control adults. I understand that. Nor can we control whatever it is that they say, because they're just verbalizing. They're not doing anything physical. I understand that. And I'm not going to walk all the way around the world to go to the ladies' room. If I have to go to the ladies' room, I'm going. I don't care who's out there. And I don't care when it comes to them expressing themselves. People have a right to do that. I just think that there is a certain way that it should be done, because even though we're here in the Magnolia Room, in my opinion, it is still considered to be a place where professional courtesy should be shown. So express your opinion, say what you want to say, that's fine. We are the elected officials, so unfortunately we have to take the higher road. We can't just go back and forth like perhaps we would like to when it comes to correcting a lot of the things that were said that were inappropriate. The only other thing I want to say is, the governor made his decision. He issued an executive order. We are elected officials. We have to follow the law. That is what we've done. But I don't think it should suffice for 3 minutes of a victory lap standing at the podium. I requested, I sent something to the chair and I copied Bear because he's the administrator, and Jewel because I didn't know if I was out of bounds or whatever. But I suggested that we limit public speaking to 1 minute. It's done. The issue is a wrap. So I'm not saying that their voices aren't important. I'm just saying that the issue is a wrap. And so to have someone go on for 3 minutes about, how they made somebody do nothing. I'm not doing anything because they made me. I'm doing it because the governor issued, or I support it because the governor issued an executive order that says we're mandated to do that. Yep. I don't like it, but I'm following the law. So I will go with what, and as I said, Mr. Chair, I will, follow your lead. You're the chair. I respect you as my colleague, and I respect you as the chair, and I respect your decision, and I'm going to go along with, whatever it is that you decide. But I've made that request. I'm just making it known to everybody. I didn't send it to everybody, just him and the two I mentioned, that we consider limiting public speaking, should they come in mass number, en masse, to 1 minute, because we saw last meeting where you did in fact give some people 3 minutes and then you narrowed it down to 2 minutes when we got towards the end. So I know that ability to make some consensus can occur. So I just wanted to just clarify the record. It wasn't just one person, it was a whole lot of people that were rude and disrespectful. And stating your opinion is fine. I don't mind that. That's why we have the ability to think for ourselves. I just think it's a way to do it, and the extent to which they're going and the threats, and not just verbal threats. I'm talking verbal, physical, what they want to do to people. That's way out of bounds. That then, for me, says I really need to watch myself. And I shouldn't have to feel that way coming in here, or have police officers. God bless them. I'm so happy that they are here. But, to be in this kind of environment and you have to have a police officer escort you to the bathroom or walk you from your car to come inside.
Yeah.
But we want to try and dictate the way that our children act. Our children act that way because they see adults acting that way. It's just ridiculous. So that's my 30
I
cents.
appreciate your comment. I'm, from my perspective, on rare occasion, I'll do less than 3 minutes, but I feel pretty strongly about maintaining 3 minutes. Last time, I didn't feel like I had a choice if we wanted to get everybody in and start our public hearings. It still wasn't understood by the folks that were here, and they were still angry with me for doing it because it was my decision. I certainly told them it wasn't your all's decision to limit them on time. But, frankly, I wanted to hear from everybody a little bit instead of cutting people off and not hearing from some of the folks, and that was just a decision I made. But for the most part, unless we have a situation like that where we're constrained by time, I'm not going to do it. But to your point, I'm going to have to look back at my notes and stuff because I was trying to make notes, and I took notes on every person that spoke where I thought they were out of line or like a little note. But I'm going to look back at it because I understand. That's fine, but again, I think it is personal. I mean, we have different levels of what we tolerate and what we don't tolerate. So I want to make sure I go back and understand through your eyes a little bit what you considered that, because I frankly was okay with most of it. Now, the profanity part, I agree with you, and that's instantaneous, and then they move on, and they get that out, and so I'll try to correct that in terms of any more of that you're going to have to leave the day or leave your time. But again, I think we do have sometimes we all can have a different sense of what's acceptable. So, anything else? Yes, Commissioner. Anything else? Okay, I don't want to beat it to death, but, all right, let's go to the meeting. Barry, it's all yours.
Okay, so first off, in light of the changing conditions and circumstances, I'll be eliminating the EPG ongoing calls. We really don't need those. We had that as a larger group. We had fire agencies. We had a lot of different people listening on that coordination. Right now, it's really Lourdes and Dr. Cho and them kind of doing that, and they actually have a separate call where they're just coordinating some of those fine points. What I'll do is I'll use my county administrator time every other week and give you an update regarding progress, where we're going, and so we can keep you informed on that. I think we'll still do updates for you. You can certainly call me, but I think it's just an extra meeting that we don't need, and we can do that at our meetings. If you feel differently, I'd like to hear that.
Yeah. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly don't need the 8 a.m. Tuesday call any more than you do anymore. But the data, if we could, and I don't know that it's always on Barbara's report, but the stats that Dr. Cho usually provides, the 7-day case count, the rolling average, the vaccination numbers, if we could get those on some sort of weekly basis, that would be helpful. As I've been sharing that with my social media folks, and that gets a good response to know what's going on I'd like to still have that data.
And the hospital reference. He keeps the hospital reference to available rooms and number of COVID patients in the hospital. It gives us some sense of our.
So we'll boil that down and make it more of a written report then, and combine what Barbara's doing with what Dr. Cho reports, and then also provide updates in terms of our thoughts and stuff regarding our vaccination sites and our testing sites. And
Yeah, that's the second part I was going to ask is, during your administrative report, if you could talk about the wind down and the vaccination sites.
And I will, and you can always, so we do have, well, I guess we do, we're coming up into June. We certainly have meetings throughout the month, each week. Into June, I guess, we do go for a couple of weeks where we don't have a meeting. But I'll provide updates at each of our meetings, and then we'll provide maybe just a more in-depth written report. Because I don't think there'll be a lot of changes kind of going forward, except the wind down of the sites. So.
Right. Thank you.
Commissioner Peters?
Just to be clear, are you still having those meetings every Tuesday?
We have.
I mean, you're going to continue to?
No.
No, that's.
You are not going to continue at all?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No, we would just eliminate that meeting going forward. We have a lot of people on that are, like before, the sheriff was reporting a lot of activities. He hasn't participated in those. We have the fire agencies. Well, they're doing the coordination outside of that now. So it's really, the executive policy group has really shrank down to just a couple of people, and they're talking throughout the day anyway, so.
Yeah, one second. If we could just get, keep tapping into the Chamber of Commerce's and seeing what feedback we're getting and making sure that the word that we did get out continues to get out. I've started to hear from people that they're kind of fessing up that they have heard that everything's over, but that they're wrestling themselves with how, when, and what to do in their own business. And so having a few extra days in there for transition, I think is helpful, but so just keep tabs on that for us if
we can do that
if we can. I think it's the businesses are the ones we've just got to keep a close eye and support them in their efforts. So, Commissioner Long.
I agree with that comment about the chamber input. I think that's very critical because I do think our businesses are struggling with what the right thing is for them to be doing, given how it impacts their employees. But secondly, I wanted to ask if it would be too burdensome if you could also plug us in a little more often when you're doing your report, Barry, if there is new or interesting or whatever information that the sheriff has to give us for input, because I have found a lot of his comments on those calls really interesting and very important in formulating your own thought process about how you perceive things to be. So I think that's valuable. And I also think it's really valuable, because we've never had a vehicle to do that before, to hear some of the experiences that our fire and emergency management people are having that impact some of our decision-making that we make on an ongoing basis. And so if you can just hit a couple of those highlights with your reports, I think it's fine not to have it, because, yeah, sometimes it's tough to get on those calls, or from wherever you are.
Yeah. We'll provide a more in-depth written report, and then I'll provide, as part of my county administrator's report, probably a more in-depth report at our meetings.
And Barry, just for clarity, we're not having the EPG or Emergency Planning Group meeting. State of emergency is over as it relates. So the powers that are delegated to you during an SOE are over.
Correct.
I'll make sure we're saying this for people to hear. The only other thing, and I talked to you about it a little bit, there was the signs that are out on our establishments that, again, I've walked by so many of them, I've forgotten kind of what they say, but any of them that are up, I was thinking it's like a three-step. You need to take those down.
Correct.
You need to decide what you want to do as a business, and then put your own sign back up, if applicable. If not, then you don't put a third sign back up. That sign that's up there implies a mandate from the county, if I'm not.
Yeah, it specifically does.
Yeah, so I
Yeah,
think those need to come down.
The letter from the sheriff and I said that.
Oh, it did. Okay, I was confused. I thought it didn't say that.
Yes.
And I wanted to make sure that it did say that.
Yeah, for the commissioners that didn't see that, sheriff and I co-signed a letter that went out, but was.
Okay.
Was
Yeah, so that,
supposed to
yeah,
do
okay.
that.
So I must not have seen it correctly, Barry. I apologize. Yeah, just those signs need to come down. If you all want to keep them up, the businesses, they can. Not the signs. They can keep any mandate that they want themselves. They can do their own thing in their own shop, but they need to put a different sign up.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes? Yes. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. One, the signs say all different things, whether it's a Publix or Target, and some say due to local regulations, and some say to our policy, whatever. But I did pull up the last COVID message update, and it does have the 7-day % positive. So I don't want Barbara thinking that I wasn't reading her emails, so just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. All right. Barbara, don't get mad at us. Anything else? All right. Go ahead, Barry.
All right, so under the agenda, we have 4 different presentations. You can see those. The first item will be pulled, item number 5. This has to do with the face covering ordinance. Item number 6 will be pulled. This is the local state of emergency. Item 7, citizens to be heard. Items 8 and 9, items from the clerk of circuit court and comptroller. 10 is reports received for filing. 11, miscellaneous reports. Item number 12 is reports of claims. Item number 13 is an award of bid to Advanced Engineering Corporation for the Star Center fire alarm system. This is, if you have any questions on that. Item number 14 is cooperative funding agreement with Southwest Florida Water Management District for the Starkey Road Watershed Management Plan update. Questions? Item number 16 is award of a bid to David Nelson Construction for Bridgeway Acres Class 1 landfill ditch slope rehabilitation projects. Item number 16 is ranking of firms with Benro Enterprises for professional design build services for the Quantum and Unity Upgrades Project in our wastewater treatment plants. On to the regular agenda. Item number 17 is change order number 9 with to the contract with American Facilities Inc. for janitorial services. This is adding, adding a couple of locations to our janitorial contract. Item number 18 is transfer of installed assets from administrative services to the sheriff's office for the jail campus infrastructure project. Item number 19, I think Economic Development called you on this. This is a resolution expressing support for a qualified applicant for economic development ad valorem tax exemption. You heard this previously. There's new information. We want to bring that forward to you for your consideration. Item number 20 is interlocal agreement with Housing Finance Authority from implementation of the housing portable housing program. Item number 21 is proposed resolutions making the findings of blight conditions existing for the North Greenwood study areas we previously discussed for a CRA. Item number 22 is a notice of grant award from U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. This is for our Healthcare for Homeless program. Item number 23 is change order number 1 to the annual sanitary sewer repair contract with Roland Inc. Item number 24 is subrecipient agreement with WorkNet, which is CareerSource. Item number 25 is appointments to the Workforce Board. 26 is a resolution approving issuance of a multifamily housing revenue bond through the Housing Finance Authority. This is for acquisition rehabilitation of Palmetto Park Apartments.
Jewel, also, if you don't mind, just addressing going forward, I guess now, meetings now, about virtual meetings and the abilities for our folks to weigh in or to check in as a virtual participant in the meeting. Is that still in play based on whether you're sick or not, or do other decisions that we have to make as a board, or how does that work now?
You're talking about commissioners participating?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, commissioners are, for months now, have been under just the standard sunshine rule in Florida. And essentially what that says is you all that are present here physically, so long as those physically present do constitute a quorum, which for this board is 4, let's say it's 4 of you that are present, those 4 would take a vote to determine whether an absent commissioner may participate virtually due to extraordinary circumstances.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now, there's case law that constrains those determinations. And I should say Attorney General opinions, because that's primarily what it is. And they have said, and I've talked with you all about this, they've said yes for things about the health of a commissioner. They've said no for vacations. So there's a whole range of
In between.
absences that might occur in between there. And it is a legislative determination to be made by this board, but I would say that determination is somewhat constrained by precedent.
And that is the way it's always been.
Correct.
Okay, so I got confused with COVID, the
Sure.
COVID parameters, what we could. That's fine. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I think to the extent that you all wish to allow citizens to continue to, if that's, I'm sorry, Commissioner Peters, I assume that's where you were going.
Yeah, that's what I meant. As public comment, how much longer are we going to allow that?
virtual.
Since the state of emergency is over, how much longer are we going to allow public comment via Zoom?
I think that's a determination for this board to make. You're certainly under no legal obligation to do so. It's really a policy determination for this board, and, certainly a logistical issue too.
And all of our public hearings for May, any in June that have been made? Any public hearing?
I would have to double check. Certainly, the ones set for your second meeting in May have already been advertised, because that's an excellent point. If we have advertised them and advise the public that they can comment virtually, we certainly need to adhere to that. But this kind of goes to the planning that I mentioned earlier. These are things that we need to think of as we make changes to transition back to your normal type of meetings. We just need to be very mindful of the fact that public hearings, whether it's an ordinance or a land use case or zoning, they do have legal requirements for notice, and we need to be mindful of that. So some of these decisions you're going to need to make a good bit in advance of when you intend to implement them.
Yeah, and I think we can try to, I think we can have so many different variations here. So if we could just continue to do what we're doing, and we're going to continue doing what we're doing in this place through July, we'll just continue having that option for virtual comments through then. I mean, this is what I'm proposing. I'm not saying it's so. I'm just saying this is kind of what I'm proposing. And then in the end of June, in that meeting, we'll talk about both of those items again, if that's okay with everybody. But that's what I'm throwing out there. So let's just go ahead and talk about it.
Only one clarification. You only have one meeting in June,
Oh.
right?
And one
We
thing
have
I'll
no-
note that Della reminded me,
We have
if
two.
you have a second hearing on the tides, that will be in August.
Okay. But we have 2 meetings in June.
Oh, you do? Never mind.
We have one in July.
Yes, we only have one work session. That's right. We do have two
2
meetings.
meetings.
in June.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, Commissioner Gerard.
Well, I think we need to decide that ahead of time, not necessarily today, but give people warning that we're going to
Yeah.
phase that out.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you.
And do keep in mind, that meeting in August, that would be the second hearing on the tides, there could be a large crowd, is the reason why I bring it up. And that might be something you wish to consider as to whether you want to continue virtual comment perhaps through that, because you may have a large crowd. I would think it's safe to say you'll have a large crowd.
Well, I think there's some practical considerations that we're talking about, and then there's the philosophical ones of whether or not what may have come good out of COVID was our residents still being able to plug in virtually as opposed to having to come down to a meeting. That's a different discussion that we can have. But at this point, keeping it through July, and then at the end of June, we can talk about August for the second, if there is that second tides case or hearing, right? That's when it would be? In August?
It is scheduled for August.
Right.
I don't know which. Yeah,
Okay.
it is scheduled for an August meeting. I can
Okay.
clarify which one, but it is scheduled
Okay.
for August.
All right. Huh? August 10th. Okay. Is everybody okay with moving the way I just said, or? Okay. I got you. All right. But you're right, Commissioner Gerard. Whenever we make that decision, we'll give plenty of lead time on that if we change our position. All right. Go ahead. I know you had some other things.
Sure. If I could just very quickly jump back to item 21, and I apologize, I should have interjected when Barry was going through. I'm advised that this is actually a public hearing item. It has been properly noticed as such. It just doesn't appear on the public hearing portion of your agenda. Just wanted to bring that to your attention. It's properly advertised. It just doesn't appear with the rest of the public hearings on your agenda.
Do we need to move it back to the public hearing section?
I don't think that that's important. I just think that we need to properly treat it procedurally as a public hearing.
But we don't have any public hearings scheduled now anyway, so there is no public hearing
There is no
section.
public hearing piece of the agenda.
And the notice was proper. The legally required notice that was
Okay.
placed was done properly.
Okay.
Okay, so under my portion of the agenda, item number 27 is a case where I'm asking you to ratify the prior approval of the chair on an animal cruelty case that we needed to go ahead and file due to statutory time constraints. So 28, again, that's the placeholder that we've been having there. Should anybody have any questions or issues they would like to discuss concerning redistricting? Beyond that, I do have a couple of other items that I wanted to go ahead and bring up, one of which does actually relate to the tides. Of course, you're hearing that at your May 25th hearing, your May 25th meeting. The public hearing will take place at 6 p.m. that night. I think it's the only public hearing scheduled for that night, although there are two issues actually related to the tides that evening. One of which is the land use case, one of which is the brownfield application. So we have gotten a request from the attorney representing the applicant, the owner of the Tides property, for additional time to present their case. This is something that your procedural rules do contemplate. He has made a request. He also made that request when the case was heard before the LPA. The applicant requested 45 minutes to present their case. Your normal rules provide 20 minutes. So what I can do is, and I will send you the copy of the request so that you can see what is set forth in the request. Your rules, like I said, do contemplate requests like this, and this board can make its determination as to whether they believe the applicant has shown good cause as to why additional time is necessary. What my advice would be to you is if you do provide additional time to the applicant, that you likewise provide additional time to your staff. In cases like this, these land use and zoning cases, the law recognizes two parties to these proceedings, one of whom is the applicant and one of whom is the staff. So what I would recommend is that you treat the two parties the same, and if you are inclined to grant the applicant additional time, that you do the same for staff. The LPA, like I said, did grant that additional time. I watched that hearing. I wasn't present for it. I can tell you the 45 minutes didn't seem extraordinarily long as I watched the hearing because the applicant did bring multiple experts to address various disciplines, whether that was traffic or environmental issues or other issues that they addressed. So I do have an email sent by the representative of the applicant that sets forth what he considers to be good cause made for this request. And what I would like to do is have the board entertain the request at your meeting on Tuesday. But I did want to bring it up so that you all were aware that I intended to bring it forward. And why I'm bringing it forward at this meeting is so that everybody can be on notice as to what the time constraints are. So in other words, if you do grant additional time, the applicant would know they had 45 minutes, say, or if you deny it, they would know they have only 20 minutes. I would also say that you all can grant it and give them 45 minutes. You can deny it and leave it at 20. You could choose another time, maybe decide on 30 minutes. Those are all things that will be within your discretion. But I am going to ask, obviously with your indulgence, that you do take action on that on Tuesday, because that would give everybody advance notice as to what the time constraints are, including potentially your own staff. Just for those of you all that may not have seen the hearing, I felt like it was conducted very orderly at the LPA. The citizens had gotten together and retained 4 experts of their own. So they had 2 attorneys appear and 2 planners, professional planners appear, of course, with additional residents that yielded their time to those experts. So it went on for about 5 hours, I believe. But it was rather orderly, I have to say. I think everybody did a very good job of streamlining things to the extent that you can on such a large application in the proceedings. So again, I do intend to bring that forward on Tuesday under my portion of the agenda and ask you all to take a vote. And in the meantime, I will forward to each of you the email that we received from the applicant's representative.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that item the only item we have on the agenda that night?
I don't know the answer to that. Della?
3 public hearings?
Yeah.
Oh, two of them are related.
2 of them are related to the tides.
But we have another public hearing also.
I haven't seen that agenda yet.
But you're talking.
Well, if we can let Della check, I can maybe address the other issue that I had, unless there's other questions specific to the tides.
I don't know that Charlie, Commissioner Justice had.
Well, I was just, if we go down that path and it's 45 and 40, we're at an hour and a half at that point, public testimony. I'm just thinking,
Shouldn't have somebody
the
else.
total time of the entire process, that's all.
Yeah.
Right, but not knowing what that is, we don't know if that's a 5-minute or a 5-hour. It
Della's
could be
looking-
its own.
Della's looking it up.
It's a budget. It's a public hearing on a budget amendment. Those generally have, right? Those generally have not taken you all that long.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
So one other thing that I did want to mention to you all, we are scheduled for each of you to join me and another member of my staff for Sunshine and Public Records training. I know you all look forward to it every year. It's a week from Friday, so it's at 10 a.m. I've asked my assistant to reach out to each of you just to find, so that we can be aware of who plans to join us, so that we can go ahead and get started that morning once everybody that we're expecting has joined us. The other thing I will mention is if there are any questions that any of you have or issues that you would like to touch on, let me know in advance so we can try to get the questions answered. We are going to have a couple of new topics in there for you this year, including social media websites and some of the evolving case law on whether you can block people or whether you may not. So that is a topic that's going to be covered. So, but again, if any of you all have any questions, let me know in advance, because that would help us make sure that we have the answers for you.
I did have one quick question, and I was thinking about it in anticipation of May 11th meeting, that normally the ability to take a 3-minute presentation to a 10-minute presentation requires 4 residents to give up their time during public hearings. We don't normally provide that outlet under citizen input. And state of emergency that we were going to have. Any of that, is that pretty much a set policy, or is that something that's decided on by the group here? Or?
That is your policy.
Okay.
So to the extent you all wish to modify it, you certainly could.
Okay. I was just trying to think of ways to save time in anticipation of that meeting. So, but the state of emergency would or would not have qualified as a public, under the same public hearing.
Well, it's interesting, and I noted that item 21 should be treated as a public hearing. Some years ago, the legislature enacted a new statute that basically says you all are required to take public comment on anything you're going to vote on. Previously, that had not been the state of the law. And I will tell you that was in response to a lawsuit and a appellate determination that said on every other agenda item you have, you're not required to take public comment. So there is now a state statute that says you have to. So from a practical standpoint, your regular agenda items really are not much different from your perspective and how the meetings are conducted, given that statute. Obviously, there are, well, the staff handles this for you, but there are heightened notice requirements for your public hearing items. So really, from a practical standpoint, your regular agenda items are very much like your public hearing items as far as the taking of public comment.
Okay. So, again, it's kind of a moot point right now, but that was a way I thought that it would help somebody that might have more time, but it also saves on time. It would have saved 5 minutes for every 5 speakers, and I thought that would be good for everybody, but it would also give people, say that we have one speaker that we could really give more time to. So I was considering that. I didn't know if I had that latitude. Is that a policy decision of this board, right? So I would bring that to the board. If it's not going to happen this time, but knock on wood.
And really, the local state of emergency that we've been under for quite some time now, it didn't vary your citizen comment policies, but for the fact that you were allowing comment virtually. But the timing and things, that really wasn't affected by the local state of emergency. Obviously, you've had a lot of public comment over the last year, and the chair, whoever the chair might have been at the time, did make some changes given the length of discussions that we've had. But your policy does say that citizens may speak for up to 3 minutes. It does not guarantee 3 minutes. It says up to 3 minutes. And it is your policy that includes that waiver of time in favor of a single speaker, where you would need 5 citizens, including the speaker, to all waive their time. And you're right, instead of having 5 people speak for 3 minutes, they speak for 10 minutes. Right. So, and that's something that's in play.
So we can do that I can do that if I think it will save time, or do I still need to have the commission vote on it?
Your policy currently says that,
Okay,
so you're
fine.
certainly free to do that.
That's what I wanted to make sure I was clear on it. And hopefully, like I said, it has no bearing for this week. So. Okay, anything else?
Nope, that's all I had.
All right, Barry, back to you.
You just have a couple items at the end, the appointments to the South St. Petersburg CRA, and approving 3, and reappointments to the County Council for Persons with Disabilities. And these are all reappointments. That's it.
Yeah, just one final thing, if anybody else has anything too. I was at a Palm Harbor meeting at 7:30 this morning, giving them just kind of answering questions about what's happened this week. And one of the residents was, pretty emotional about us stepping up and doing a better job, lessons learned kind of thing, going forward relating to the folks that didn't have to wear a mask going into locations. And frankly, we allowed for that in our ordinance, I believe, the ability for people to enter into establishments if they had some issue, some health issue.
We allowed, our ordinance didn't require it. How individual businesses interpreted that was different. Okay, and there's no way to get out to 13,000 businesses exactly how to interpret that, but we were pretty clear in terms of what our ordinance required. Messaging is always an issue.
I understand, but our ordinance did not say that
you could self-exempt yourself out if you had an underlying condition.
And then when businesses were doing that, that was on their own accord.
And businesses took that, and most notably, just from a management standpoint of.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the criticisms that was felt, that we didn't do a good enough job of educating our retailers, our businesses, and frankly, other residents who might not understand that there are some people who had that issue. So I said, well, it's lessons learned. We certainly know that we have a stronger message to get out, because again, there were some folks that, you know. Anyway, I thought it was a really good meeting this morning. They asked a lot of good questions about the situation. Most of it came back to what I said earlier. So.
And we did meet with the chambers yesterday. We met with all the cities yesterday. So we've, and we'll continue to do that throughout as we continue to kind of manage the expectations going forward. We're going to be working and doing a lot, and I'll repeat this Tuesday, of kind of shifting that. There's plenty of vaccine available, but you know, how and when people access that is different, and we know there's a lot of people that are not taking the vaccine. That certainly is an individual choice, but we want to make sure that it is accessible in places where people go, and especially to groups where, you know, maybe they're working 3 jobs and don't have time. And so to the extent we can make that more accessible, we will try. There's certainly a capacity issue there when you're going out and trying to give 25 or 50 shots at a time versus being able to do 1,000 a day in one spot. But that'll be kind of that next phase. We'll be working on that. We'll communicate that. Then the other issue is certainly on our testing sites. TROP will be shutting down at the end of May. We still have the Ruth Eckerd Hall site. That'll be something we have to evaluate going forward.
Yes, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It makes me think about the vaccine supply that we have. I mean, do we have, and we haven't really talked about the supply chain. Early on, we were getting, 10,000 a week, and we didn't, I mean, when we wind down our public sites, are we going to be sitting there with a fridge full of 10,000 doses, or what's our supply, our inventory like?
And I'll invite Lourdes to come up. She can probably speak to that more specifically, but we just don't draw down new supply. And so we can certainly manage it from that standpoint. But maybe Lourdes will speak to that more specifically.
And then also about what you're talking about as far as targeting. We were targeting with, the Hispanic Outreach Center, the Asian Family Center, and specific senior communities that were either homebound or those kind of things. So that's where we still.
And I think we're going to have to do, even more than that. But it's really a capacity issue. So and Dr. Cho's been doing a tremendous job of trying to be accessible and hit areas of our community where we're not seeing people getting that shot and making sure they have that opportunity. However, I also know that, maybe down on the beach where we have a lot of hotel workers and restaurant workers and things like that, if we can make it more accessible, where we'll be able to make a better dent into that population, we're going to have to partner with people. We had one request from a company, or a couple requests from companies, where they had capacity to deliver. Well, now we have supply. We didn't have that before. We were using it up at our sites. So we can do a better job of partnering like that, but we really need others to step up and provide contracts to be able to deliver that vaccine, but they have to have a certain certification to be able to do that. And Dr. Cho and Dr. Jameson manage all that. But that's going to be this next phase. We got to get creative. We got to figure out how to make sure that everybody wants a shot, knows how and when they can get it, and we can make it, easy for them to receive that.
Yeah, I think at some point when we feel like we've made our best effort at targeting those communities that we've been, those pockets, then at that point, someone joked about it, but it was kind of, I thought, okay, it's not the craziest. Have a booth at the airport when people arrive, and since we're getting our full tourism up back. Anyway.
Go ahead, Lourdes.
No.
Yeah.
So, we have capacity basically to do 10,000 doses, first doses a week, and 10,000 second doses. So if we were to continue to do those numbers, which we're not, I can tell you just yesterday at the foundation, where we used to do 1,000, we scaled it back to 264. We only did 98. And that is with a lot of pushing, a lot of meetings, a lot of outreach. That's it. That's all we had. So if we, for some reason, needed to do more, we have that type of capacity. We have a lot of vaccine. And we have 500 Johnson & Johnson right now that we're going to be using for the restaurant and hotels. In the next couple of weeks, we're partnering with Steve Hayes and his team. and DOH to do that. So we're looking at everything possible.
And how did we do with the jail population? Do we know?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we took care of whatever it is they needed, went out there a couple of times.
They have their own
Worked with, yeah,
nurses,
their-
so.
they did, yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Their medical team did it.
But if you're asking about a percentage population, we've seen that in younger, healthier groups where it's a lower percentage of that end up taking the dose.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lourdes. One final thing, Barry, and not for an answer for now, but one of the questions that did come up today was about some real supply chain issues on products related to construction industry and et cetera. I'm wondering if our economic development group can start maybe reaching out to some of the businesses and finding out what issues we have, what problem areas that we can identify, and making sure, I'm sure that whatever they are, they're on somebody else's radar, but maybe make sure that we're putting them on our representatives, our state or federal representatives.
I'll give that to our new economic development director in the back, you know.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Anything else? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your patience.